Okay, I think we're back. Let me see. Let me get on here and see if we're back or not. It is going to make me start a new one. It's going to make me start a new stream. That's pretty annoying. A lot of times if you just leave for a little bit, like under a minute, and then come back, then it will, it'll just let you stay on the same stream. Seems to be working out a little bit better. Huh. That's right, Alex. Yeah, thanks everybody. Thanks for hanging out for a few seconds there. It happens pretty quickly, but I had to shut down everything, like any sort of extraneous program. Tried to shut it down, get out of there. We'll see. Hopefully it's working better, and I can investigate that more. I did get an error when I logged out that said camera helper shell memory could not be written, like 0 by like 50 more zeros. Okay, yeah, postpone that crap. We'll get to that after the stream. So there was some kind of error, and it said camera, so I assume it had something to do with my Logitech camera, which does glitch out sometimes, so maybe it had something to do with that. I don't know. I'm not very computer savvy with software. I built this computer, and I can do hardware, but most of that's just plugging things in. You know, it's just like playing Legos with parts, so it's not really that hard to do. But as far as software stuff, I'm way out of my element. I used to know, like, a little bit about, very, very little, about software and things like that, like, you know, 20 years ago when I was a teen. But I'm very, very far behind the times, so I know very little about software and glitches and things like that. I do get sometimes it'll tell me that, like, memory's running short on stuff when I'm not really running that much, so it could be a memory leak. I'm not really sure how that works. I mean, maybe it's a RAM thing. RAM's pretty cheap to replace if it's a RAM thing. Yeah, I cut my hair like twice a year, man. I don't know. Yeah, I had Malwarebytes on here about a week ago, and I ran it. But yeah, I've been getting the memory leak stuff for a while. If that's what it is. I have 16 gigs. Dude, I have a really good, well, a pretty good PC. I mean, I've got an i7 6-core, it's like 5930 or something. I've got 16 gigs of DDR4 RAM. I've got 500 gig solid state drive. You know, all my specs are pretty solid. Got a 980 Ti with liquid cooling. So I mean, I've got good stuff. Obviously, I mean, I can run League of Legends. You know, when I'm not streaming, I get like 25 millisecond ping and like 400 FPS or something on the highest settings. Like, League of Legends is not a taxing game. I know, you know, I don't need more than 16 gigs of RAM. Like, this uses virtually nothing. I mean, my, like, computer usage right now is just overkill. No, I'm only utilizing, what, 21%? 20%? I mean, it's just overkill. Like, you don't need that much RAM unless you're playing, like, a major AAA title. I mean, even, like, AAA titles running the highest settings, like, if I run Total War on the highest settings with, like, massive armies, you know, like, 40 on 40 or something like that, it still would only take up, like, 10 gigs of RAM or something like that. It's just, you don't need more than 16 unless you're doing, I don't think, unless you're doing like very like super intensive professionalized processes or something. Like if you're running a network, or maybe if you're doing like super high-end like video editing, just like insane multitasking, like you might need higher than that. But did it hit 100? I didn't see it. Oh god, we got old Scion support, huh? Maple keeps getting top lane.
Doubt is the greatest enemy.
Yeah, I think RAM is one of those things that people overkill, I think, a lot. At least from what I read and understand when I built my computer. Because I wanted to go like 64 gigs of RAM, because I can do that. I think this computer can do up to 128 gigs of RAM. Like, I have a really nice motherboard. I really ponied up for that motherboard. Because the motherboard's like one thing that you can't really like replace easily without tearing the whole thing apart and starting over. So I really go all out on the motherboards typically, so I can upgrade them and just, you know, put in better parts. Not like super all out, you know, but for a motherboard it was pretty expensive. I think it's an SLI crate edition. I forgot, MSI SLI crate. Huge motherboard. It's like a huge PC. The thing's a beast. I mean, Ivern, I could probably just go Ivern. Elise is good too, but I just don't have enough practice on Elise. I could also go Nunu. I'll just go Ivern, whatever. Okay, it seems to be doing a lot better right now. It's got consistent countdown. I just have the most experience on Ivern, even though I don't have a winning percentage with him now. Like, I think I'm at like 45% with Ivern. A lot of that was when I was... Actually, when I was first learning him, I had a really high percentage. Yeah, I mean, Ivern's not... He's really good, but they have nerfed him a lot. It's... not... Wait, this is an Ivern? What? That's awkward. Okay, there we go. I guess that was... I don't remember who that was. Maybe Nunu? That was probably for Nunu. Okay, well, I'm glad I looked. Okay, this looks all good. They're a pretty good team. I'm not a huge fan of Scion in the bot lane, but it's alright. We got some power here. I mean, if you do a ton of stuff... I do have Smite. Maybe you said that before I changed it. Yeah, I got filled in jungle. It's not auto-filled, it's just a secondary role. Auto-fill is when you get... Technically, is when you get a role that's not one of the two roles that you requested. That can't happen as support. You always get either support or your one off role, which is one of the major perks of playing support, is that you can't ever get something that you don't want to get. You know, you have two choices, and 2 is a reasonable, like, level. So, like, I will never get AD carry. I will never get mid lane. Unless it gives me jungle twice in a row, and then I don't have autofill protection, and then the third time that I play, it gives me mid lane or something like that. That hasn't happened yet, and that would be very troll, but it's possible for that to happen, in theory. But it would be extremely rare. Well, at least this guy has a lot of practice on Sion, I suppose.
What a wonderful day. Gooseberries would love it.
Yeah.
Now where
Let me go ahead and
my roots?
see if I can get her blue. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and VOD this one. Hey everybody, welcome back to part of the game of League of Legends. I'm the Strategy Professor. We're doing another another Ivern jungle game here. See stream, I still get like 50 milliseconds and like 200 FPS, even when I'm streaming, recording, and you know, have all kinds of other stuff running in the background. I had some weird glitches on my computer that I was trying to sort out, and I couldn't quite figure out what it was, so I just restarted the computer, and it ended up working out. So, picked Ivern. This is patch 7.13. He has been nerfed numerous times, but I still think he's pretty good. Nunu's also pretty good. I have the most experience on Ivern as well. Elise is extremely good. I have played her a couple of times. I just don't feel comfortable playing her at Platinum 2 yet. But she can be quite strong. Ivern's particularly good here because we don't really have another utility person available.
Stay calm. The cleverness of mushrooms always surprises me.
Okay. Ivern's very dangerous on his first clear, so I have to watch out. So they didn't ward my my blue, which is cool. So now it's going to be really scary coming down here. I'm going to have to ward it myself over the wall. Hopefully she doesn't jump over the wall at me. Because Ivern really can't fight anybody, especially since they nerfed his shield. He is strictly a run away from people for the first little bit of the game. Yeah, I'm just going to tag all of these and then back, probably. Or I could walk up to red and then come back down bottom and then try to gank him bottom.
And friends will gallop to your side.
I've got to smite in 5 seconds. It's gonna smite it. Wow, what? Interesting.
Life is such a strange miracle.
Well, she might go for my red here. Should have probably gone straight back to top.
Where did you raptors get all this gold?
No, I got it. Okay. So I got all my buffs, which is good. I have to make sure I don't die, though.
Grunts, bring it in for a cut.
Well, what? Later? Hello? Typically I would back before this, but I just have marks on everything. I want to go ahead and cash those in. I might be able to get boots plus my upgraded trinket, which would be wonderful. Usually you have to back early as Ivern because it's just so dangerous to stay up. Because you go so low on health. I'll go ahead and grab this. Back. That's pretty good. Then we'll come top and grab golems, see if we can get Scuttle, and we'll try to make a gank with Kled.
Hey, it's a thingy people.
Okay, sweet. We got boots. That's pretty nice, actually, because typically I can just get my ward item and not the boots.
I follow only the sun. And sometimes a river.
So Ivern's first clear is really slow compared to other junglers, so he's pretty far behind early because of all the nerfs they've made to him. I think they increased the time on his camps. They definitely increased the amount of damage that you take by a ton. Give my boy Kled, or my boy Kleenex up here a lot of vision so that he can stay aggressive. Okay, wolves are up. Get her wolves.
Never trust a butterfly with a secret.
I think he's gonna kill her, right? Yeah, he's got her. Okay.
Nothing escapes a scuttle crab's perception.
Okay.
Every river reaches the ocean in its own way.
So we got 50 seconds on his blue. Okay, okay. No, I'm gonna die. Damn it. Damn, that sucks. Something slowed me. Was it her W? Yeah, that Lucent effect. I should have flashed out. I thought I was going to be able to walk out, and then the slow happened. Then by the time I realized I was too caught, then it was going to be too late to flash. So, mismanagement by me. I should have flashed out earlier, so I didn't give her a free kill. I'm gonna see if I can get her blue again.
Raptor friends, looking good, guys.
An enemy has been
I
slain.
find that the stranger life gets, the more it seems.
Yeah, it was definitely a mistake.
Is nigh. Give me some lead. I love how the grass is fluffy on my
Killing spree.
Yeah, I'll take it.
You look just like my friend Daisy. I am never lost in the wilderness. Only in from the forest.
There's Vi.
We are connected.
For once I'm out jungling the enemy jungler, it's very rare for me to do that because I'm a support main and I just don't jungle that much, but I've been playing jungle a lot more lately, and I'm actually just in a better position than her most of the time so far this game, so it's pretty good. I'm starting to get a little bit better with my roots. My jungle roots or routes or whatever. Oh, damn it, didn't get it.
Like a snail, and you will never twist.
Okay, so we have until 14 minutes to come up there and kill Irelia. It's good. I'm just gonna go ahead and smite this back. Support that. Make sure she didn't come over here for me. We've got really good ward coverage topside. I need to get a control ward. I just didn't have enough last time, but I need to be using more control wards.
An enemy has been slain.
We'll go ahead and get this.
All to go. I
It's pretty important to his kit to have that healing.
It's reassuring how alone.
I'm gonna upgrade to Sweeper once I get level 9. But I'd rather have the extra wards. It's just a very situational sweep that I'm probably gonna miss. Yeah, bot lane's failing pretty hard. But you don't want to play around weakness, you want to play around strength, and Cled's doing very well top, so I'm just going to keep giving him all of my vision. And Echo, so we're just going to keep playing around the solo lanes. I need to watch out for them taking that dragon bottom lane, though. It's always a concern. If your bottom lane's having a hard time, is that they're going to, you know, parlay that into a dragon. So I need to really try to control this scuttle. They don't have it already. They have it, of course. There we go. We got him. Strategy Professor, the Prophet. I think they have the red, but I'll check it. They do. Okay. What's going on? So she's right there. No. Oh, there was that graphics thing again. So it's not like lagging like it was, but I just saw like a graphics thing. I wasn't lucky, Vi. Like, I just announced that's what she would probably try to do. She's like, it's so lucky you found me at Dragon. I'm like, I mean, high probability that's where you're going to go. Okay, I can still go top and make a play on Irelia here in a little bit.
It's a thingy.
Oh, I needed to drop my control word. I probably should have put it in that bush, but I'll give it top side for Kled. He's actually not that far ahead in CS. I thought he'd be much further ahead. God, she is crushing me on CS. How do I only have 37? What? Ivern CS is just always feels so low. Because he can't get the stuff right away. He has to come back for it later. That probably has a lot to do with it. I'm not gonna be able to get her. Nah, I can't. I can get her blue, but that's about it. So I let my vision lapse and he got killed for it. Like, I could maybe flash Q her. I didn't have vision on her though. I could have saved my Q, I suppose. But I didn't want to try to flash E her because I didn't know when her Q was going to be up again, and she could have just, like, you know, power fisted away from me or whatever. Alright, I'm going to hook him up with some vision here. Let's see. Do it that way. Oh, he already had one there. It's fine. Put some more wards in here.
Should really befriend.
Okay.
I should go swimming later. Forest protectors.
Enemy rampage. Your team has destroyed a turret. An enemy has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed.
I wonder what they're plotting today.
Can we fight that? Kled has all of his stuff. I think. I'm pretty sure we can do this.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Nothing beats the smell of vegetation.
An ally has been slain.
Hi, Daisy.
Yeah, I mean, they're getting kills by running people down and just clown fiestaing, but we just got a tower and we're about to get this, which is going to be at least one more tower, and we got to kill ourselves top lane, so we're just... I feel like we're out macroing them right now pretty heavily.
Sun and rain are the only magic I need.
Grab his Gromp. Throw down another ward.
Oh, feather-backed caterpillar.
Get all this experience middle. Dragon's up 50 seconds, so I need to go buy.
I'm having another eye-opening day.
Actually, let me go ahead and mark some of this stuff. It's kind of greedy, but I need to get this really quickly. Especially red, and then I can get blue on the way down there, maybe.
Danger is coming.
Alright, so grab that. We'll go ahead and start working this also. That's going to be really good with Kled, even if Tristana's behind. He's gonna get top. I'm like, hey, dragon's coming, don't die. Immediately, everybody fights and dies. Well, they're gonna get this now.
An ally has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret.
You know me, Wolves. One day, I'll root in one place and be everywhere.
An ally has been slain.
Well, he got tower. I guess that's fine.
I'll be back soon, Scuttles. Hello.
Oh, no. I don't have it. I don't have the smite.
Is ever truly lost. Romp, no leap races now. A gift from the farm. Brush just tickles my fancy.
Where'd she go? What? Houdini.
Sometimes I need to treat myself.
Alright, fair enough. Oh, they got it. What? Oh, and she got my scuttle. Oh my god. Dude, we are getting straight trolled. What?
A happy little cloud.
So she went south into the river, got blue when I wasn't looking. That was, I mean, that was well played. How many died? 3?
We are connected.
Okay, we did get 2 towers out of it, which is pretty good.
Your team has destroyed a
I
turret.
am never lost in the wilderness. Only
Here, I'll let her get the experience, that's fine.
bye-bye. Nothing beats the smell of
They're gonna kill my pink, that's fine.
Do not linger here.
I need to put it around Baron probably, so I'll go back here in just a moment.
Hey there. I follow only the sun. And sometimes a river.
Are they gonna die? Probably, yeah.
Slain.
Uh,
Killing spree.
let's get redemption next, I
Ally
suppose.
has been slain.
Vi's oh no, Vi's right there actually. No, 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 no.
See the wonder. Settle down, raptors. I'm having another eye.
Can we do that? Okay, yeah, we can, Come on. Oh, alright, just, yeah, just get this. That's fine. Whatever. I could have used that on Scuttle, actually. I probably should have used that on Scuttle.
Scuttle, relax. Looking good, Brambleback. Never trust a butterfly with a secret. Gravity only to those in...
No. I don't have Smite for 60. Ah. God. I didn't think we were going to do it. I was just going to back. Lux Laser is going to feel pretty bad here. She's doing blue, though. I don't think she doesn't have eyes on this at all. Because I cleared vision on it.
An enemy has been slain.
Yeah, that's right. Got to get over here and... Guys, please.
And rain on the only magic island.
Has destroyed an inhibitor.
Alright, we got him. Gotta reload here. Reload the old stream. Okay, thanks, Q. Hey, thanks, Gross. Yeah, hopefully I'll get back there in a little bit. I don't know if you always honor your duo. I'm not really sure how that works, but I assume he's probably one of the people that's almost always honoring me. Maybe not. On a roll tonight. Unbelievable. I mean, I've gone, like, historically, I've gone on, like, 19-game win streaks before. I just haven't done it recently on stream, but... Like, when Thresh was first released back in Season 2 or 3, I just played him constantly, like, on release day and beyond, and I've got, like, a 14-game win streak with him. One Trick Pony Kled, yeah. No, I don't have any side buttons. Oh, okay, that's how it works, Tiny. Is that what the kids are saying? It's pretty clean. We're good. Unbelievable 3-game streak, yeah. Okay, I'll take a look at that after the stream. Nice, Lucas. I appreciate. Right, Yeah, I guess he thought I wanted to go in on that. I did not. I was just trying to peel. I don't usually go in on the... I mean, sometimes I go in on the queue, but a lot of times I'll queue and just let the tanks go in on it, and then I hang out in the back. So I don't build Ivern very tanky, typically early on. Later I'll get like a Knight's Vow or something, but he's just a pretty squishy champion in general. It's on fleek. Oh, we got a troll in here. Okay, buddy, we'll give you what you want. I don't understand, like... I mean, I just don't understand why people, if you don't like gaming, like, why would you click on it? Like, that's what I don't get. Oh, he just right-clicked. Okay, gotcha, gotcha. Yeah. I mean, he's obvious troll, but... I mean, the only reason you would possibly click on it is just to try to create trouble. But it's happened. I mean, I think that we have one of the least troll streams. I honestly, most nights, it's like, what is it? If Celigor is here, what is it? Like maybe one person? Maybe one person that we have to ban? It's a lot of times, that's right, you and I. A lot of times we don't even have to ban anybody. So it's, I mean, that's a good record for the internet. I mean, that's good, because we get like 2,500 to 3,000 people per stream that come through. When all is said and done, and to only have like one troll or something, that's like 0.33% or something of troll, and that's a very low percentage for YouTube, so, or just for anything on the internet. Probably Jesse. Yeah, Boris. Yeah, I honestly think we have, if not the best, certainly one of the best chats on the internet. Oh, someone asked about Game of Thrones. Yeah, I love Game of Thrones. I've read the books. Now, it's been a while since I've read the books, but I did read the books. And I did have watched all of the seasons, and I've, you know, studied all of the theories and all of that stuff. I love Game of Thrones. So no spoilers for it, but for people that haven't seen it. But I will say, I think it's one of the best TV shows of all time. Now, I do think that the first, like, 3 seasons are the best 3 seasons, like, overall. But I think that it still is good. Dude, every time... Oh, thanks, Ahmed. I appreciate it. Yeah, I like Tyrion a lot. He's great. Watch the Blacklist. Okay, I'll have to watch the Blacklist. I didn't watch American Gods. I probably should. I'm gonna ban Yi. I just don't want to deal with him.
Doubt is the greatest enemy.
Hey, Andre. I went from StarCraft 2 to League. I guess I'm just gonna pick Ivern. I do like Nunu, but I'm just best with Ivern, even though, like I said, I'm still not like a super high win percentage with him. I just feel best with him. Kind of getting the hang of, like, what's going on. Okay, so how Athene's Unholy Grail works. Whenever you deal damage to somebody, it gives you these charges, basically. And it's a certain percentage of the damage dealt, 20%. Think of the charges as like a delayed heal, like a bank for healing, right? So you get these charges, you'll see it on the item. It'll have a little white number over it. And that's just, think of it as a delayed heal. Okay, that's the best way to think of those blood charges. It's 20% of the pre-mitigation damage that you do. So if you would do 100 damage and they have armor and it's going to make it less damage, it doesn't matter. You would get 100 blood charges out of it. Okay, so it basically means the damage you would do before armor and magic resist goes into a delayed heal. Then whenever you cast a heal, it adds on the amount of the delayed heal. So if you have 100 blood charges and I cast an Ivern Shield on somebody, it's going to heal them for 100. Now, the heal can only be up to the amount of the shield or heal. So if my Ivern Shield, for some reason, only shields for 150, and I have 250 blood charges, it will only apply an extra 150 heal. It saves the rest of them. They're not wasted, but you can only, each time you trigger a heal and get that bonus healing, it can only be up to the amount of the heal stated. Does that make sense? So the best way to think of it is it's a delayed heal. You do damage, you get a delayed heal that applies whenever you heal or shield somebody. That's the best way to think of it. Hey, thanks, Laura. I appreciate it. I've shown my daughter a couple of times, yeah. No what, dear? What? Did you clog the potty?
What?
I said, did you clog the potty?
I think you did. I haven't used that one today.
I don't know about that. I thought it worked when I did it. Is that what's going on in there?
Yeah. There was stuff in the bottom. I tried to flush it, went all the way up to the top. Does not need to overflow again.
Okay, well, I'll get in there and plunge it here in a little bit. Oh, I've got the extra mic going here. I'll plunge it after the stream.
Double micing them?
Yeah. Just use another bathroom.
Should I do best red stereo?
Yeah. You like doing that?
Pump.
You getting pumped up?
Gotta pump. Got to pee. And now I either have to walk into the bathroom next to the sleeping baby or go back after.
I think she can handle it. She's a pretty solid sleeper. Or you can go downstairs.
I had to put her in the swing because she was screaming bloody murder.
I see.
Someone on Facebook in one of the moms groups phrased it. Does anyone else's kid cry like their arm is being sawed off every time they go down to sleep?
It's true.
But yeah, it is. And then as soon as I walk in the room, she's fine.
He's relatively chill in here.
That's because you're there. You're in the room. She just, I don't know. Like when Sadie cries when she's lonely.
Oh no.
And our human daughter is a lot more vigorous. Get out that toilet and don't it because
Okay.
it may overflow.
Okay. No problem. Hey, sorry, Fahim. Hey, you can always just leave it running in the background if you want to. And then just duck in and out and watch. That's fine if you don't watch. I mean, the streams go for a long time. I don't expect most people to probably watch the entire thing. Just kind of pop in for a couple of games, and then go do whatever they're doing. You can always watch a recording of it, too. I'm going to start labeling it. I used to do that. I haven't done that consistently, though. I go on these kicks where I'll do it. It takes some time, but I need to commit to doing that. I think that's something that everybody would like, where I go through the recorded stream, and then I would put the timestamps and let you know which champion I play at which time. And that way you can go find the champions that you want to find to watch. So if you only have time to watch 2 games, you could go watch...
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
You could go watch the champions you want to watch. So I'll try to do that again. It takes probably... It doesn't take that long. It probably takes like 30 minutes to do that.
First blood.
I'm cool with that. We used like 3 flashes, I think, but 2 flashes. It's not bad. Hey, thanks so much for the sub. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'll try to go back and do that. I'll start, after this stream, I'll do it for the last couple of days. I know that is something really cool. I know I would like that, of a stream. So, I'll try to do it for you guys, even though it takes a little bit of extra time. I think Rammus is actually pretty good. We had a Rammus on our team a couple of games ago. And I think he's actually pretty good. This is a little dangerous. Who is Rammus? Okay, I'm gonna go down. Whatever. I'll just take a safe route. I don't want to try to run across the map and get invaded. I'll just do a safe route. It's fine. That's one thing is Ivor, and he's so good at invading that sometimes it can bait you into bad invades. That's one of the biggest things I've had to learn is like when you just have to let it go, when you can't invade or when you shouldn't invade. So I'm just gonna go for a tag everything and run. Like just go back to your shop and then.
Looking good, that brambleback.
Okay.
Oh, hello.
I could have warded. I should have warded his raptors on the way out. I was just really scared and trying to run because I didn't have flash. So we're just gonna grab that.
Sprint like a snail,
Control ward.
and you will never twist your ankle.
Should be up by the time I get there, and then we can just work our way back top and maybe try to make a play on Jax. We try to counter gank bottom too if we want to.
You know me, Fox. Oh, look, a happy little cloud.
Oh god. Please. Okay, they got him. Okay, he's bought. I can't fight him. As Ivern, you really can't fight anybody by yourself early on.
I treasure this essence.
Is he taking Scuttle? Dude, come on, don't let him get my Scuttle.
Daisy stands.
Scuttle's one of Ivern's things, man. You gotta have those Scuttles. The extra vision control. Ivern, a lot of Ivern is all about that vision. You want to go wherever the other jungler isn't, or you want to counter gank him.
We'll play fetch later. Now where did I leave my roots?
It's going to make it a lot harder to gank with that Scuttle there. Sworded? Probably. Yeah.
I tread lightly so as not to hurt the dandelions.
He probably already did his raptors. We'll take a peek though. They know. Oh. I have to be very careful though, because they know I'm in this area.
I wonder what the ducks are plotting today.
What else is... Oh, I didn't mean to hit it that way. Okay. Yeah, he just got his blue a second ago, it seemed. Or maybe he got it from... He didn't kill anybody, did he? No. He's really late in getting his blue. Well, not super late. I guess I have my red. There's not a lot to do here. I could try to gank bottom.
In the strangest ways.
I should just back, probably. Yeah, we got his flash. It's fine. She's gonna try to stop me, probably. If she does, I'll hit her with a Q. Okay. Alright, so we'll grab that. Grab that. Go for a control ward. I would like to contest his red. It's got about 40 seconds on it. But I need that area warded if I'm gonna do that. I kind of want that experience, but I don't want to reveal where I am. Okay, I got his red. If he doesn't, he's going to get a lot of kills down there, potentially.
An enemy has been slain.
Oh, nice. They turned that around with that teleport bottom. That's good. Good play by Gnar. His red should be up, like, any moment. Okay, here it is. His red was on the same timer as my blue, roughly, because that's the buffs that we each got first. Can I gank her? I'm not level 6.
I wonder what... in a blue
Well,
leaf.
we got an assist on it, and she's gonna lose some. She's gonna lose some experience at tower, so it's not the end of the world.
The cleverness of Wonder always surprises me.
Yeah, he's mad because I got his red.
An ally has been slain.
He doesn't have his blue yet either. I mean, I could try to go get his blue. Let's see if he goes there. Where's he gonna go? I'm at least a level up on him too. I'm almost 2 levels up on him. Let's see if I can get his blue. His blue is just spawned. It's pretty risky, but I think I can get it. If he doesn't powerball in here, I've got it. Okay, I got it.
It's reassuring how alone we aren't.
Okay, we got it, boys. Boys and girls. He's gonna want to take something of mine, so I need to keep it all warded. If he's paying attention, he would notice I don't have... Well, actually, he can't tell if I've done my red or not, because I have his red on, so... See, look at all his vision. That's great.
Take all the gold. I really don't need it.
I really want that. My control ward's still up, I think, so we'll just get another one of these.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Okay, so we'll run all this, and then we'll try to make a play top. Rift's coming up soon.
Hi, Crows. Run back to your wife. I grow my own.
Oh god, this is gonna be bad. Nard does not have TP.
Let me help you grow.
An enemy has been slain.
Okay, I'll let them have that. It's fine. We do dragon. We don't have our ADC yet. It's risky.
I should go swiftly.
Rampage.
I don't know if we can get dragon or not. Nar's pretty low. We'll just clear. We'll grab Scuttle.
Thank you, dear wolf. I'm having another eye-opening day.
Well, I'll tag Scuttle. If his raptors are up, I'm going to take his raptors. They are not up. Oh, God. Damn it. They got her, right, though? Yeah. So she suicided for me. I guess I'm okay with that. Oh. Please don't freak out. Wait, do I have a pink? I thought this was... Oh, that is my pink, yeah. I'm used to having the Krabby ward.
Dying isn't so bad, now that the dying part's over.
Sell that? No, I'm not going to sell that yet. Okay, whatever.
This looks like it's going to grow.
We're not level 9 yet, so we're going to keep going.
I love
That was really risky. I wanted to kill that ward. I knew there was nothing else there. I shouldn't have done it. It was stupid. I mean, I'm going for a ward, you know, really deep in their jungle. That's not worth the risk. Their red is up. It's probably warded now because I've taken it from him twice.
Grant me your strength.
So I might go my blue to his blue. I'm not gonna take the. I'm not gonna get that middle experience because I don't want him to know where I am.
Nothing escapes a scuttle crab's perception. Ladybugs should really
Well, now I've got to take it. It's just too much right there. Or at least I have to get some of this experience.
An
Yeah.
enemy has been slain. An enemy is unstoppable. An ally has been slain.
I mean, I told him he was bot side.
wonders is ever true.
Because I knew he was going to be, because he's going to go for his blue, and then he's going to go bot side. Oh, he didn't take it? So he ganked instead of getting his blue. Okay.
A worm's eye view.
Damn it, they had it warded. I should have just flashed that wall immediately. His little, taunt or whatever is what kept me from flashing that wall. It's a really thick wall to flash too. So I was trying to get right next to it before I flashed. That wall just is asking for a fail flash.
An enemy has
So you have to be right on top of it.
Root in one place and be everywhere.
Yeah, I guess Blitz is gonna get the blue. That's fine, whatever. We need to just grab that. I'm gonna tag a couple of these on the way.
You know me well.
Let Gnar push out
I
top, and
wonder
then
what
we
might
can
fall from the river.
contest.
Hello.
They're keen to my invades now, so I've got to be a lot more careful. They're gonna have more wards up too.
Sometimes I need to treat myself. Spring the ferns did. I got 2 gums and a shield. Sometimes I need to.
Dude, pressure, pressure, pressure.
Life is such a
Oh, is he gonna catch her? Alright.
shut down.
Where's our ADC? Is he dead? Oh, he's dead. Cool. Good stuff, good stuff. Just
An ally has been slain.
right. Wait. I mean, yeah, I get what he's saying. It looked free, but it's not. Like, Rammus is really, really fast, and we didn't have proper vision to make that play.
Only in conversation.
Because they didn't have pressure bottom. So, like, Jin was dead. I think he was dead at the time. He was either dead or in trouble. So we need to play around where all my vision is. And we need to play around Gnar, because Gnar is the most powerful person on our team by far. Syndra's not super far behind, but kind of far behind. Mid lane. It's mostly the Rammus, though. Like, we can't two-man Rammus Orianna. It's just too much power. Jax is catching up now. Like, we're giving Jax time. Something you don't want to give Jax, so... I'm gonna see. Okay, Gnar's coming down, so it should be clear to do this. He's just getting outplayed really hard by this Orianna. I mean, you gotta keep in mind, too, that, like, he doesn't play that position very much, so when you don't play a position, you need to be much more conservative, because you don't know the all-ins. You don't know if you can all-in or not, and that's... Especially when you start to get a little bit behind, which he is. So you really don't want to go for, like, high-risk 1v1s.
One time, a scorpion. You know me.
Your turret has been destroyed.
And that's part of why I don't ever try to fight the enemy jungle when I'm Ivern, because I don't know the all-ins. I know macro. I know macro, but I don't know all-ins. One-on-one all-ins. So I play that strength. Because I don't play jungle that much. Well, we could have gotten Rift Herald top lane. We were so powerful with Gnar, but we goofed it up by just playing around chasing kills. No one in particular, just the whole team, you know.
Now, where did I leave my roots?
Not just back up.
Where did you raptors get all this gold?
Has been slain.
Well, I'm not going to argue with you, Jen, buddy. We can still win. I mean, Gnar is really strong right now, but...
Gromp, no leaf races now! I'm having another eye-opening day. Thank you, dear wolves. I wonder what the ducks are plotting.
I'm waiting on Rammus to try to dive. Okay.
Oh, hello.
I thought he was going to be in there somewhere, but I guess he just kind of backed out. Who's strong? Jen. Jen's not strong. Nar is strong. I think I'm just going to go with Redemption to start with, and then we'll get, go with that.
Life is such a strange miracle.
I want this blue. We need to help bottom. But I can also make a play top. I don't know where Rammus is. Rammus might be top. If I had to guess, I'd say Rammus is going to come rolling up top.
Shut down.
Yeah, Rammus is top. I need to get wards on him. We need to get some towers, what we need to get.
No one wanders.
Seriously? Oh my god, she's so strong right now. Damn it, I was just going over there to ward. I guess I should have warded first, or we should have backed. That's frustrating. How fed is she? Very. God, both of their hard carries are super fed. Well, buddy, you've died 9 times.
The end of life is filled with life. I am never lost in the wilderness, only in
An ally has been slain.
Yeah. So I should have had that flank warded faster. I knew they would probably come up there. I was just too slow on the ward. Yeah, I mean, you feed any 80 carry. If you die 9 times, the other 80 carries are going to be strong. It's a spoiler alert. If you die, the opposing champion's going to be strong. They're so strong right now.
I find that the stranger life gets, the more.
Go, 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 go! God bless. 4v3, don't want that.
Enemy double kill. Enemy killing spree.
We had a perfect 5v3 right here. Rammus was overcommitted. All Blitz had to do was hook, and they would have gotten baited into that fight. This is largely a macro fail. Like, we needed to play around Gnar. Gnar was our powerhouse. We should have just taken Rift Herald, collapsed, taken mid, and then just played around Gnar. But instead, we just chased kills around and tried to play around our weak lanes. And that let Jax catch up, so now Jax is relevant again when he just didn't matter at all for a lot of the game. And that gave Kalista more time to power up. Hey, thanks for the sub, I appreciate it.
It's reassuring how alone we aren't.
Nah, Ivern's really good. We had a chance to win this. It wasn't Ivern that was the problem. Well, you gotta keep context in mind, too. Like, I don't play jungle very often. So I don't, like, Yi is a champion where you really need to know his all-ins. Like, you have to know, you have to have hundreds of games on him to really understand, like, when you should go all-in or not. And you're just gonna feed really hard if you don't know the answer to that. Against most of the very popular champions, you need to know if you can fight them or not, and when you can fight them. Ivern is much, much easier to understand. Because you just don't fight. Like, you don't fight anyone one-on-one. You just help your team, and you just play the macro game. The same is true of Nunu. And that's why I like those champions if you're a support, because I don't have the reps. And I don't want to spend the time, hundreds and hundreds of games, to master Yi. No one's killing her.
I wonder what adventure today has in store.
She has so much lifesteal and just no one's focusing her at all. You know, it's kind of like, is Yasuo, like, super powerful or, like, Riven? Absolutely, but you have to put a lot of time in on him to understand how to do it, and that's why you shouldn't play those champions unless that's, like, your specialty. Yeah, I know you use Yi as an example, but, I mean, that's what I'm telling you, is that I'm not going to put the time in to know how to do a very, like, hardcore, damage-oriented... I mean, like, Elise is someone who's okay, that I can do alright with Elise. But I'm not going to play something like Master Yi or Lee Sin or something like that. Well, I don't think she has enough peel. People just aren't focusing her. Like, Syndra could all-in blow her up. Jhin could blow her up, and Gnar could blow her up. Like, we have damage. Well, I mean, everyone says that, Talith, right? Like, people have been saying that for years about Janna, for example, as well, right? Janna is too team-reliant. You can't play her. Well, I've got 450 games of Janna at 58%. By far my most winning champion. That's always the argument. I mean, when it comes down to it, every champion is team reliant to some extent. Some champions are just better under certain circumstances than other champions. But especially given my context, I think that Ivern and Nunu are the two best choices. I'm just a little bit better on Ivern than I am on Nunu.
Animals have more to offer than warm health.
I think it was fine. Like, I don't think it was the pick. Like I said, I think it was the macro. We didn't play around our strong player, who was Gnar, and we chased kills instead of getting... We could have gotten Rift Herald anytime we wanted, basically. And Jax just wasn't even a champion in the game. But we managed the map wrong. I think that Ivern is a lot better when you're behind, too, than someone like Yi. Like, if Yi is, like, really far behind in a game, then he really can't do much, whereas Ivern can still be very useful, even if he doesn't have a lot of gold. Because his items are so cheap and really high impact in a team fight. But, you know, a lot of that game came down to this Jhin having however many kills he had at the end of the game. Or deaths. He probably had, like, 12 deaths, at least. And then not playing around top lane. Yeah, Rammus thinks he did something this game. Yeah, I had 12 deaths. So a lot of it was that, and just not, like, we needed to get Rift Herald and Snowball off of the Gnar. So we needed to get Rift, use Rift middle, open up middle, and then, like, translate that into dragons and pressure bottom. And just walk around and play off the Gnar. And instead, we played the game they want to play, which is like skirmish, run around. They have a bunch of small fights. Rammus shows up, CC's people, like Orianna blows them up. Because Ori was their strongest player. For a lot of that game, it was Ori. And we just don't have the damage to really power through Orianna at that point in the game. I've tried Warwick. I'm not that into him. It's going alright, Steve. Well, the thing is, conceptually, Talith, you don't want to do that. You don't want to help a struggling lane. You want to make a stronger lane, or a strong lane, stronger. I mean, look at my previous Ivern game, and I do that, right? So I helped out Kled get a lot stronger. I gave him a bunch of vision. And I was just kind of like in the area, and Kled never, like, I think he only got caught out and killed once. Because I always had vision for him, and I was always around for all ends. I think I helped him directly get 2 kills. And, you know, my vision and map control of the area around Kled is what helped him. I mean, he was strong anyways, he was far ahead, but you don't want to help losing lanes. Like, you want to play around your winning lanes, and that's why we needed to play around Gnar more. I was there for Gnar, too, quite a few times. And I was giving him a lot of vision top, also. I mean, I see what you're saying conceptually. Like, higher damage, you know, can carry weaker players, you know. So if bot lane fails, and I go Master Yi, or Lee Sin, or Elise, or something like that, and then I just get a bunch of kills all around the place, then I could, you know, carry the game through damage. And that's true, so I agree. But I think that Ivern is still very strong because of his map control and the utility that he brings to fights. So I think we could have won it with Ivern. I think it was just a question of mismanagement of the map more so than composition. Even with the Jhin dying a lot, I think we could have still pulled that off.
Doubt is the greatest enemy.
No, you don't. No, you don't gank for... That's like a very common mistake that a lot of junglers make, that a lot of really high elo players will tell you, is do not gank losing lanes. And the reason why is if it ends up being even, so if Rammus shows up to that, like, so let's say that I go down bottom. First of all, bottom's going to have a lot of wards. But second of all, Rammus, if Rammus shows up, then we die. Because it's going to be a 3-on-3. And that's typically why you don't gank losing lanes. Because if their jungler counter ganks you when you do that, then you're going to die. Because your team's really far behind. Whereas if you gank a winning lane, if their jungler shows up, you're probably going to win. Even if they show up. If they don't show up, you're definitely going to get a kill. Also, in a winning lane, typically summoners are down. So, you know, top lane, if Jax dies a couple of times there, he's probably going to use his flash, and he's not going to have it. And so, ideally, you find out who's strong, who has the potential where you can... who has kill potential. So if you go to that lane, you're going to get kills, and you just sit on that lane, and you keep doing it. Once that flash is down, you just keep sitting on that lane. So that's like the textbook of how you draw it up, is you gank strong lanes, you play around the strength on your map, and you just let weak people just deal with it themselves. I know it seems like people often think, well, you want to help out weak people, but that's really not what you want to do. I mean, it depends on the situation. Like I said, typically I recommend that junglers focus on bot a lot. But with Ivern, especially with Ivern, like, he's pretty weak in small skirmishes, right? Like, he doesn't like 1-on-1 or 2-on-2s. Like, he really shines in 5-on-5 fights because he has so much disruption. And his strength is really, like, map presence because he can counter gank really easily. He can get the warding item. And he can just run around and be a pest. Hey, Apollo. I'm not a huge fan of Nautilus on this patch. I have played him a lot in the past. I think they're just better choices most of the time. I don't think most hard engaged tank supports are in a good spot right now. I just think enchanters are still way better because of their itemization. I mean, we'll see after next patch, but right now it's a problem. Like, the problem, you know, the best engaged tanky supports right now were Thresh and Blitz because they don't have to commit. So they don't have to be super tanky. Because tank items, frankly, are pretty garbage still compared to utility items. A lot of the time. Like Ardent Sensor, Redemption, all of these items are just really strong. Nautilus can still be alright. I mean, it's not like he's awful. He's okay. I'm not a huge fan of Lulu right now. I think that the nerfs seemed kind of innocuous, like dropping her shield and lowering her base HP. But it was actually a pretty big deal. Because she already didn't scale with plus healing and shielding that much. She only has her shield because her ult doesn't scale with it. And now her shield's only 210 and only has a range of 650, which is rough. I mean, Janna's shield range is 800. And Janna has like 25% more shield range. I mean, she's alright, but also Doran's shield is really popular right now, especially against early aggression lanes. So, she's alright. She's alright. But I think that Doran's shield... This is why you don't see Lulu and Karma and Pro play that much right now. If you're wondering, well, where did they go? Why did they just disappear? Well, they both got nerfed. And then also Doran's shield just completely invalidates early game harass a lot of the time. Because it heals back so much. Even after they sort of like slightly nerfed it, after they mega buffed it, it still was ridiculously powerful against like Lulu, Karma, even Sona to a lesser extent. And that helps out weak early lane champions like Tristana. And that's part of why Tristana's been seeing some significant play in pro play. Now, pro play is not the same as solo queue play, but so Lulu's okay. She's okay. I just think that she's not as top tier as she used to be because of the direct nerfs and because of the introduction of Doran's Shield into the meta. But she's still alright. I banned Master Yi because he's a super snowbally champion that boosters use a lot, and he can just get really far out of control pretty quickly. He's very difficult to deal with if he's super fed. Yeah, I like Gragas as support. I don't have a very high win rate with him. It's a low sample size, but I think he's pretty good. Hey, thanks so much, Tianqiu. I really appreciate it. Let's see here. Brahm's probably alright. I'm just not great with Braum. I'd have to practice him some more. I might try him out in a normals or something, because I am seeing him a lot. He is very good against Twitch. Do I see Lulu or Braum coming back next patch to lethality? Not Lulu. Lulu's bad in a lethality meta because she just gets blown up. I mean, she's pretty good against assassins. Braum's already here, I think. I mean, Braum's pretty good. Braum's not as good against something like a Zed, a Rengar, or a Kha'Zix, who would be the primary beneficiaries of the lethality. I'm not sure it's going to be a lethality meta. I think it's a decent buff. I'll have to see what the final numbers are that they put out in the patch notes, but I think it's a decent buff to assassins. I don't think it's going to affect most ADCs. It's possible, but I don't think so. Yeah, I think Rammus is going to be the biggest sort of winner next patch as a support or as a jungler. I'm not sure which supports. I mean, Janna's the big winner next patch also as the support because they're changing coin around to basically be the Janna passive. So it gives 8% movement speed to people moving towards whoever has the coin. And Janna's kit is already like perfectly optimized for that. And coin is already really, really good on her because other items, she really can't use other items. So the coin buff was a huge buff for Janna. And now they're buffing coin again, which is another huge buff for Janna. So I think Janna's going to be stronger. Janna's also good against assassins. So I think Janna's probably the biggest support benefactor next patch. I think Cho might be interesting. I'd have to look and see, but they are making some very, what I think are big changes to Cho'Gath. And he might even be viable in support. Potentially. Potentially. No. They see.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Like Cho with Ardent Sensor, because his E is going to have a slow on it that's on his auto attacks that applies to everybody in a team fight. It would give, if you run Stoneborn Pact, it would give everybody the slow, and AP's pretty good on him, so he, in theory, and he has a really low cooldown ultimate. So in theory, he could go the Zeke's Stoneborn combo. And he has great crowd control. He always has with his W. I think they buffed his W somewhat. And his Q is a little harder to hit, but it's pretty good. And obviously he's going to have a lot of health. Just a lot of free HP that he can't lose because of his passive.
With ease.
So he can... he gets a lot of free tank stats, and he has a lot of burst damage. So you're not going to get the extra health off of Cho'Gath, because you're probably not going to be executing people with your Chomp. But it's a good way to start a fight.
Swiftly.
And it scales off of tank stuff, so you don't have to get a lot of AP anymore. So, you know, I could definitely see a build that's like... Talisman would also be really good on him too, a coin item, although you might have to go Relic Shield early on. He has built-in sustain into his kit too. I think he still has that. It's been a long time since I played Cho, but I think when something... Is it when he kills things he heals, or is it when stuff around him dies he heals? I think he has to kill it to heal, so he won't get that benefit, but... Anyways, I'll talk more about it in the patch notes, but I think he could be a relevant newcomer. Potentially. Potentially. But I think the change to his E to give him percent-based damage that also slows area of effect on his autos, he's going to be played somewhere, I think. I think it's a big deal. I think it's a really big buff for Cho. It might be in support, it might be jungle. He might be a little too situational top lane, but... It's going to be hard for Draven to feed when I'm playing Janna. Okay, it's when he kills something he heals, yeah. So that's not going to be as relevant for support. If you get Relic Shield, it would be, though. So maybe you would just run Relic Shield instead of Coin on him. I don't know. Coin's just so strong, though. And Talisman would be really good on him, too. So you could... Like, I think how his fighting would go is, you know, you would CC someone and just full combo them with your chomp. So you would just... Q them, W them, chomp them, which would activate Zeke's, and then just slow them with your auto attacks. Apply the Stoneborn rune so that people get Ardent Sensor, and then they just die. I think that's how you draw it up. He's always had really long cooldowns too. I think they might have lowered his W cooldown. I don't remember, but. It'll be interesting. I mean, anyone that could run Ardent Sensor and Zeke's, I think, has a lot of potential. Auto, auto, auto! Auto! Oh, he canceled an auto. Oh.
Breathlessly. In harmony.
This Draven had it, man. He just got scared. He got freaked out because she jumped twice. If he just kept autoing, she was dead. He doesn't have that Draven killer instinct, man.
Upon the wind.
I was saying it was going to be really hard for Draven to feed, and then here we go. I don't know if Trist has to have it fully stacked and blow up to get the reset, or if it just blows up in general and she gets the reset. I'd have to read her, but that's one thing that changed about her that I didn't really notice until a couple of days ago, is that she gets a reset if a bomb blows up. I know it has something to do with her bomb. Okay, whatever. Okay, it's if it's fully stacked, you get the reset. That makes sense.
As you wish.
I guess I'll get another Fairy Charm. I kind of want a Control Ward, but whatever. Oh, it's Rakan Jungle.
Breathlessly.
It would have been nice if I got Tristana. I think my tornado was down. If it was up, I could have maybe stopped her from jumping. I think I would have tried it if it was up, though.
With ease.
Sorry, I can't keep up with the whole conversation. If someone's asking about coin, I'll show you how much mana coin gives here in a little bit. Or not mana, gold. It's a lot of gold. A whole lot of gold. And the thing is, in solo queue, as people were saying, games last longer, typically, than pro games, because people don't know how to close out, and you get a lot of gold out of it. So yeah, I never ran Spell Thieves on Janna even earlier. Like, she just doesn't have a good way to proc Spell Thieves in general.
Swiftly. In harmony.
This guy just has no idea, like, what's going on. I mean, I'm explaining to him, like, what's happening, and he just doesn't play around it. Like, how this needs to happen is he needs to use his stand aside on her second jump. So the first one, I can kind of interrupt with the tornado. A lot of times, she's not even landing on him with the first one. But it's that second one that she lands on him with, and he needs to stand aside and knock it out.
Breathlessly.
We almost got it. Like, there have been some games when I've almost had as much gold as a mid laner. That's happened several times because of coin.
An enemy has been slain.
I think we're in a good spot. It's gotten a little rough early, but Draven scales really hard, and we have good protection for him. Once I get my ult. I'm gonna wait for him to fully commit. Okay, he's running. Should be fine.
For tranquility. Upon the wind. As you wish.
I want to get Eye of the Oasis, but I really need Moby Boots right now, so I can get back to bottom faster. What's up, Francisco? I thought we could have gone harder than that. Yeah, coin's gonna be really good on next patch. I mean, I do like the elixir. It's really good on Rakan. But Janna doesn't need the extra skills. Like, all she needs is her shield. Like, you put points in W and Q, but you don't really need it. Like, it doesn't help that much. It's like a little bit. Obviously, it helps, but it's not as crucial on her as it is on other champions. Whoa, what? Seriously? Wow, they're just like sitting in that bush? For real. Well, I guess I got outsmarted there. I thought it was just going to be Alistar. I thought Rakan was going to Dragon. Alright. Definitely go in Mikhail's early on to cleanse the stun from Alistar. Or the charm from Rakan.
Swiftly.
Yeah.
Breathlessly.
Man, what is with their team? They all have pinks. They're all buying pinks. This is hacks. How much do I have to pay to get a team that buys pinks? Did she miss the charm? And we're dead.
In harmony.
Got him, baby. Does he have Death Stance now? Well, he has Vamp Scepter, which is something. There we go. That's that money.
Upon the wind.
Wow, he doesn't have mobility boots yet? Okay.
As you wish.
I'm dubious. I am suspicious of the Rakan jungle. I mean, maybe it can work. I mean, who knows? Maybe. I've never seen it, but that doesn't mean that it can't be good.
The storm approaches.
An enemy has been slain.
With ease.
I don't know. I think we can 2v2 him, but I'm a little worried about because I know Rakan. Okay, there he is. He's middle.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Okay. I really need to get a ward in
On the
this
wind.
river. There we go. That's better.
As you wish.
Okay, Rakan's top. I think we can 2v2 him. I'm almost positive we can 2v2 him with his items.
In harmony.
I'm gonna see if I can get him to... See if she jumps forward.
Upon the wind.
And this guy has to learn how to use stand aside.
In harmony.
Like when Alistar goes in like that, after he knocks him up and the guy lands, he can stand aside and then kite backwards with his axes, and Alistar shouldn't be close enough for the stun. What?
I should have gone to bed already.
I don't know.
Swiftly.
So I'm gonna feed them a little bit. And then start to get down to feed them.
Okay.
As you wish.
Oh, they're on Dragon. Can't really do a lot about it. Okay, now I've got this. That'll help a lot, and then I'm gonna get Ardent Censored next,
Swiftly.
and we'll get Redemption. Oh, he doesn't... She must have gotten crits on him or something, because he doesn't have IE and she does, and that's a huge deal. I don't know. I think a lot of it comes down to stand aside. we're gonna kill everyone, I think. Oh, God. Well, she used all of it on me, basically. So Vel'Koz chose to put it on me, and it was only hitting me when he did that.
Aced.
So she got me. I could have flashed out of it faster. I tried to flash, I was just a little too slow on it. I could have exhausted somebody in there. There was nobody, like, needed to be exhausted, though. Like, I wasn't close enough to Triss to exhaust. I could have exhausted, like, Alistar or Scion, but they're just walking around, like, not doing anything. I wasn't in range to exhaust the Vel'Koz, and I wasn't in range to exhaust, Triss, which are the two, really, they're only 2 damage dealers. Like I said, she shot her beam, like, right here, and everyone else is right here. And so... Which is good, because I didn't have any shields or my ultimate or anything left. So she could have killed Draven and the other people if she had focused them instead of me. So I died. I didn't have to die, but... If I would have flashed faster. But if somebody was going to die there, it was good that I did, because I'd already used all of my cooldowns that mattered. Have Draven.
Ally has been slain.
What? Oh, I didn't have my shield up. It was a really, really dumb fight. I don't think they're going to get anything out of it, though. It ended up being about even. Like, they got 1 extra kill, I think.
Swiftly.
My shield was on cooldown. I couldn't use my ult there because Vel'Koz was just going to blow me up if I did that. Oh, wow, they are on Baron. Damn it! It's gross. I thought they weren't doing it. 3 of them freaking did it. Because they cleared my ward that was on it. I mean, Draven has a lot of kills, and when I'm shielding and protecting him, generally he can auto-attack. There's been, you know, that one time early on where he just stopped attacking, but in general, like... he's making some pretty bad, like, macro play. I think he could have gone up and contested. I mean, he's so ridiculously powerful.
Upon the wing. As you wish.
Like, where the hell is everybody? Oh, he's here.
Swiftly.
Damn, I wish I would have got the W on him.
As you wish.
Okay, we're gonna get somebody over here, I think. Right? We're just not getting anybody? Alright. Well, I guess we're giving that up too. I'm gonna get Ardent Sensor here.
Breathlessly.
This will help us with rotations. Whoa, they don't get that, right? With 3 people top? Okay, well, she got it. Where's the damage? Where's the damage? Hello? Come here, Draven. Okay, there we go.
In harmony.
Let Draven lifesteal, let Draven lifesteal. Okay, there we go.
Upon the wind.
That Janna tower defense, though. Alright.
In harmony. Swiftly.
Try to lock out all their vision. Baron's gonna be up in about 2 minutes. Yeah, it's really bad. Really, really bad.
Enemy triple kill. Enemy quadra kill.
Breathlessly.
Really? He had his ult back? God. Well, at least I stopped him from getting the tier 2, I think. I tried to cleanse the, No, 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 no. What? Karma better shield him. And I guess it was on cooldown, but...
As you wish. With ease.
Oh, they're gonna get Baron for that.
Breathless.
No. Don't suicide for it. It's gone. Jesus. Okay, well, I guess they decided not to do it. It's really risky. I mean, if they're sitting in this bush and they pick Gragas and then get Baron, it's probably would have been pretty close to game over. We don't have many more chances.
With ease.
The inhibitor is respawning soon.
In harmony.
Never falter.
Whatever. Just don't go in dark places. Yeah, there we go. There we go. There we go. I think we got this. Holy crap!
Has been slain.
He needs way more armor than that against that Tristana. He really needs a Randuin's.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Against that Trist crit, like, you've got to have Randuin's to reduce the crit damage. I mean, we don't need Frozen Fist or Spirit Visage.
Your inhibitor has been destroyed.
Upon the wind.
He got the Baron. No, guys, back up, back up. Who died then? Karma. Okay. Oh, it's 4-on-4. Oh my god. Wow, that displacement though. Yeah, I mean, there's no way. I was trying to shield Draven, but Tristana jumped on me right after Gragas died. And we were split up the entire time.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Draven really has to get a QSS. We cannot take this Trist unless we have Draven. That would give him double lifesteal too.
Swiftly.
Yeah, the cleanse does. It really does.
Upon the wind.
I'm pretty sure, can't you cleanse and then flash a knockup? No, we don't have Draven, we don't have Draven. Hey, thanks so much for the sub. I appreciate it. Let me go buy. I'm thinking of Blitz Hook then, I guess. I know it can't be cleansed. I thought the stun portion can be cleansed and then you can flash out.
Breathlessly.
Yeah, we just don't have damage. Other than Draven, and Draven is just always caught. He's trying to blame Ahri. It's not Ahri's fault. I mean, yeah, Ahri didn't have a good game, but that's not a major reason that we lost that game. The major reason that we lost that game, well, was several-fold, but a big one was Draven kept getting caught. And I have a Mikhail's and I can ult, but there's only so much I can do with that much crowd control. Like, he has to have more crowd control. And, like, the double lifesteal can't be understated, too. Like, that extra 10% lifesteal on top of... on top of what we already had would have been a lot stronger. But overall, our damage was really weak in the late game, too. I mean, the Ahri and the, Ahri and Karma just can't do any damage to, like, Sion, Grog, or, Alistar, all that. I mean, they didn't have damage either. It was just, they had more crowd control. Like, the thing is, I don't know, like, I feel like Karma wasn't using her mantra shield. I'd have to go back and watch, but I feel like she was using her mantra on her Qs or something like that, because I don't remember the whole team getting a mantra shield when they engaged. I could be wrong about that. But I feel like she was doing mantra Qs, which are just awful in fights, I think. Because if she was doing mantra shields, then I feel like we would have had a much better shot. But, I mean, everybody contributed to that loss. So. I got caught out too, a few times. Hey Archer, I'll try to check it, but I can't watch it during a stream or it'll get copyright infringement. Well, Draven didn't really feed. To be fair, it was difficult. Like, Draven's whole thing is he doesn't know, like, what his E button does. Like, that's the problem. You can actually E when Alistar's charging or Rakan is charging you. You can press E and it knocks them out of it. Like, you don't even have to get it on the first person. Just do it at some point. I don't even think I saw him throw a stand aside. So, I mean, we had lots and lots of chances. Like, the problem was, there were two big fights, I think, that determined it. One was around the Tribe Bush when we fought without Draven. Yeah, they got Baron off of that one. Draven had just backed. That wasn't Draven's fault. We initiated that fight near the top Tribe Bush near Baron. And then the other major one, I think they got Baron off of both of these, was in their own jungle when everybody clumped up. And, I mean, like, they basically have to have Alistar and Rakan hit at least 3 people, and then Vel'Koz, like, full channel and ult. Like, that's the only way they win a fight. And that's what happened in both of those fights. Well, I guess in the first fight, it was just a 3v5, and we lost. The second one, it was because that Vel'Koz ult. Once he started to get some items with all of the crowd control they had, we didn't have a reliable way to get to the back line. Like, Ahri in theory could, but I just don't think she plays Ahri that much or something. This is why I don't like Karma in solo lanes. She just doesn't do a lot. She doesn't have a lot of crowd control. She doesn't have a lot of damage. Like, she does have shields, but she wasn't even using her Montreux shield. I feel like she was mostly dead weight that game. I know people like Karma, and she's alright, like, as support, but we needed another threat. Like, literally our only threat was Draven, and if they killed Draven, it's just the fight was over. Like, if she would have been a Kled, or a Fiora, or a Riven, or a Gnar, just anything top lane. There were a few times I should have been able to flash out of that. A couple of times at least, I should have been able to flash out of that Vel'Koz ult. It just killed me so fast, I couldn't react fast enough. Like, a big part was Draven just didn't buy Quicksilver Sash too. I mean, he's right that they do have knockups, but they also have stuns, and it would have helped. Against like a Scion stun or a Scion slow, or little known fact, Vel'Koz's ultimate does apply a 20% slow, so he could have run out of the Vel'Koz ult. I mean, you gotta remember, it gives you 50% extra movement speed for like 2 seconds. So like the Vel'Koz applies a slow to you, it cleanses the slow, makes you immune to the Vel'Koz slow, and gives you 50% movement speed so you can run out of it. So if he had that, it would have helped so much, along with the extra 10% lifesteal. And I think it gives even more AD than GA does. I think GA gives 40 AD. And I'm pretty sure Scimitar gives 65? Something like that. I'll just play Jan again. I'm not sure who he's going to play. In the dark.
Tempest is at your command.
Like, I would do Rakan if I knew he was going to Xayah, but Janna's also open and I don't want them to get Janna. I could have picked him Kate. He's just going to pick Kate. I forgot Kate was still up. I should have grabbed Kate for him. But yeah, so that's why he needed the Quicksilver Sash. Yeah, Mercurial Scimitar is baller. Not enough people get that item. Like, just the lifesteal and the AD on it alone is pretty good for the cost. And obviously, not only cleansing a crowd control, but getting 50% movement speed is a really big deal. What do I think of Blitz? I mean, I think Blitz is really good if you can land the hooks. Like, it's just all about can you hit your Qs or not. A lot. If you can't, you're completely worthless. If you can, you're good a lot of the time. So he's a very, very polarizing champion. I mean, I would Caitlyn. Callista's alright, but Janna's not that great with Callista. She doesn't scale off of AD. Yeah. Yeah, the MR also. I forgot it. I forgot it gives the MR, which was much more relevant than the AD, because what was killing him was Vel'Koz. Triss wasn't hitting him most of the time. Triss was hitting our front line. Maple should have also bought a Randuin's, because Randuin's reduces critical strikes by 20%, which is huge against what that Triss is building. So, I don't know. I mean, he also needed the Spirit Visage for Vel'Koz. Like, it was difficult to... But Vel'Koz does a lot of true damage. I just think Randuin should have been in there somewhere. Just thinking of stuff that just all kinds of different champions could have optimized. So I think Quicksilver Sash is a big win. What should you build on Sona? I would go Eye of the Oasis, Ardent Censer, Redemption, Mikhail's probably. If they don't have a lot of... Well, Athene's. Either Mikhail's or Athene's. You want to get all 4 of those. But just it depends on what's going on in your game, the order you should buy them. Okay, I'm going to go grab a drink really quick. I'll be back. You guys can watch Sadie for a second. Is that right, Sadie? Grey Warwick is a really, really old and very rare skin. I don't think he got it from the honor system. Maybe. I doubt it though.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Upon the wind.
I mean, I think I almost never get reported. And I play like a zillion games. And I routinely get like 1 honor per game in games that we win.
With ease.
What's this? Hey, Goddess.
Swift.
Yeah, the only thing that I think has changed from the Sona guide is I would get coin right now. An Eye of the Oasis instead of Watcher.
Minions have
It's just so much gold. But yeah, other than that, I think everything's about the same. Those last 2 games are definitely winnable. And that's all you can ask for, really, I guess. Just to perform better. We didn't have any trolls or people that were, like, just mega underperforming. Hey, thanks, Goddess. Yeah, I put a lot of effort into him. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I really do try to hook people up and, like, help them win. Oof. That Thunderward proc, though. Alright. Nice little trade on him. Oops, accidentally got a CS there. Is there jungler? It's August. Okay. Oh, he's up top. Okay, we're good. I don't need to ward it right now. I can wait like 30 seconds because he's not going to be down here for a little bit. As sometimes people do is they ward too early. Even though I'm sitting on 2 wards, we know Gragas is top. Now he's coming down bottom, but he's injured. So I can wait at least a little bit longer to ward. I can wait until her ward runs out, probably. Because he's going to have to back. Warwick, I think, is going to kill that person, right? Maybe. Oh my god, is he really going to die? Pretty sad. Pretty sad, bros. That Gator doesn't even have Ignite. Teleport Renekton. 2v1. No problem. Okay, here's old Groggy. Oh, he stole the blue. I didn't think about him stealing that blue, but he saw Warwick top, so maybe he didn't steal the blue. He came down with his own blue. But yeah, he had time to back, and then he probably took the blast plant over over the wall. We almost got him. Flashed away from me, bro. Jesus, am I dead too? Okay.
More scars, as if I didn't have enough.
If he would have come towards me, I could have shielded that shot. But he flashed away. It's all good. It's kind of scary either way. Boots too. He might come back with a BF sword.
In harmony.
really bad. That's really, really bad for us. We can't fight him for another, like, 5 minutes. I don't like the Boots 2 buy at all. I think Boots 1 pick might have been okay or something like that, but... I don't know. I mean, she doesn't have her summoners.
Shut down.
But, like, Janna in general is pretty safe, especially once they get to level 6. That's alright. I mean, we just can't fight him for a long time. They can't really force a fight with us either, so... I guess he just wants to play really defensively because, he doesn't have sums.
4, 2, 3, 4.
I feel like if she had a BF sword, we would have killed that Lulu there, or forced a summoner, though. I don't know, like... We have so much kill threat early, and we're just really give all of that up. Wow, for real? I didn't get the shield off? I mean, I pinged it. Like, if he would have just backed up, Warwick had her dead. 120%.
Swiftly.
It's unfortunate. I mean, we could still win, but that's... It was like, she died right when my shield came up, and then Ori came up and got me right before my shield went off, so... The Ori one I definitely should have shielded. I was like sitting there ready to shield the Caitlyn, but it was still on cooldown by like half a second, I think. When she died. It's fine, we can still win, but... someone asked why don't I, hold my tornado shield. I mean, there's nothing to hold it for there. They don't have any gap closers. Like, the reason that you do the tornado, is it throws them off. Like, it makes it where they can't flash while that's going down, and they lose at least one auto attack when they're in the air like that. So, a lot of times, just use it for disruption. Unless you need to hold it to cancel, like, a channeled ult or something. Usually it's better just to do it. It stops them from running, too, for a little bit. So that little knock-up can have a pretty big impact. If you've ever gone against a Janna, you know, like, just how annoying that tornado can be. Yeah, later on, I might need to use the tornado on, like, a Renekton or something. Like if Renekton's trying to get to the back line, but for right now, I just use it on Jhin whenever I can in a fight. Just to slow down his auto attacks and damage output. It also does a little bit of damage. I do a lot. It does a little bit. Yeah, I mean, there's really no reason to hold it unless they have something channeled that you really, really need to stop. Get up here and clear this. Oh, they're not going to let me. It's fine, whatever. You pick Janna into almost anything. Like, the only situations that are really bad for Janna are if they have a much higher scaling team than you. So, I like her as a safe first pick, but she's also good with most major AD carries. Twitch, Caitlyn, all of the high scaling crit champions. Janna's one of the safest picks. She's probably the safest pick you can pick in solo queue. If you're like first or second pick and you just don't know anything about the enemy team. Because nothing really counters her like super hard. You know, like Blitzcrank or something's pretty good, but that's not really a super hard counter to her. Assassins aren't that great against her. They're okay, but she's the hardest support to kill in the game. I'm pretty sure, because she just has so many escapes and shields. It's very difficult to get a hold of her, and she's very fast and slippery. That's why Janna almost always, historically, has had the highest KDA of any support, is because she just never dies. If you're dying a lot as Janna, you're doing something wrong.
As you wish.
That's one of the big strengths of her, is she just virtually never dies to anything. I mean, maybe. The thing is, like, you don't just want to waste your shield just to, like, use a coin. It's laying there, because then your shield's on cooldown. So if they see your shield on cooldown, they'll, you know, a good team's going to know it's going to be on cooldown for, like, 7 seconds, and they will engage on you and fight you. I was afraid Gragas was going to get on me.
Upon the wind.
Oh, this big cat here. Killing me. Alright.
Breathlessly. Upon the wind.
An ally has been slain.
Alright. I can't get over to mid tower.
As you wish. With ease.
Okay. Pretty lucky, like, Renekton didn't come down and flash on top of us or something.
Team has destroyed a turret. Ally has been slain.
Where? Oh, up near red. Yeah, he feels pretty lucky, Victor. I mean, the guy has one more death than you do. Come on, man. Ah, he's inting, dude. He's got 3 deaths. I've got 2. That's a total int. We're giving up a lot of pressure here, map pressure. His bot lane is getting pressured out now. might have to go down there and try to hold this. Give Caitlyn a buy. But someone needs to get this experience. Prevent the damage on the tower. Okay, he left. Fortunately, he could have had a lot of damage on this tower.
Swiftly. As you wish. With ease. Breathlessly.
Caitlyn's not that big yet. I'm not gonna get Ardent. I might get Redemption. No, I'm gonna get Mikhail's because of Polymorph.
Upon the wind.
Where do I go? I think I have to go here. I wanted to go top to help out. They have a pink in this bush. We can't clear it yet. We are literally right here, Victor.
Upon the wind.
That Janna ult just healed everybody for like 5 million damage. What can we get? We need to get this and Rift, maybe? Oh god. Why are we diving this much? It's gone. Oh, okay.
Breathlessly.
No, I wasn't watching the clock. Okay, fair enough. If we didn't dive, we maybe could have gotten there in time. I don't know, maybe that's optimistic, but... Okay, we'll go ahead and start working towards Ardent. We got some global gold, he got a kill in there, so... Is he going double zeal? What? Maybe that builds into rapid fire or something.
As you wish.
The power of Ardent really starts kicking in once you get higher levels, but also once your AD carry starts getting like 2 or 3 items. It's pretty good early, but I think just removing a crowd control, like removing a Renekton stun or a Lulu polymorph, is just more impactful as a first item in this scenario, because Caitlyn wasn't really that fed to start. We kind of had a rough start at the bottom.
Breathlessly.
Does he have mana?
With ease.
Yeah. So he needs probably more traps, but... I have to start getting more careful about that. If I clear a ward, they know you're there, and then they could be setting up to get you. Oh, nice. That's good for us. Well, maybe. She hurts. They don't have Oriole. Maybe, I guess Warwick can solo it. Need to get things, though. Let's just get top. I mean, maybe we can siege him. I'm doubtful. Or whatever. Yeah. Okay, sure. I just got my ult up. Cool. All right. Yeah, that kill gave us the just enough juice. We'll get a bunch of wards down. Make sure they don't Baron. And make sure they're not overloading bot. Renekton's pretty big. We gotta be careful around him. Yeah, they're overloading mid. They are overloading mid. They're counter pushing mid. Trying to freak them out. There we go. I wasn't going to actually walk through there until they backed up. I just wanted to make my presence known there. Now we're giving them top, tier 2. Okay. Can we do this? Okay, just give it up. Just give it up. We don't have a very good, like, catch them in the bush, kill team. They're much better at that than we are because of Orianna. We have a more, like, open field, run them down, just tank and spank kind of team. Oh god, dude, what? Okay. No, he's about to turn around and... I thought he was going to turn around and kill Kate. Okay, wow. I don't know what just happened there, but okay. Warwick just dives into like 20 people. Where? Oh, he is 9-1, I guess. Yeah, I couldn't get in range to Mikhail's. I was trying to get in Mikhail's of him, but he just kept running too far away. And I was going to have to run, like, super, super close to him. Because the Mikhail's range is like 500 or 550 or something. It's really, really short. You got to remember, Janna's, like, shield range is like 800. So typically you need to stay pretty far back as Janna. But Mikhail's range is pretty short. I was gonna Mikhail's him, but I think he like he either flashed or he like chomped somebody and like flipped around to the other side of him right when I was gonna Mikhail's him, and I couldn't run through 3 people to go Mikhail's him at that point. I could have exhausted somebody in there probably. I don't know. I could have exhausted Gragas, I guess. Like, the problem with exhaust and someone who's on the back line like Janna is if they don't have assassins diving somebody, it's really hard to get exhaust on their ranged people. Because exhaust's range is like 500 or something. It's really short also. So, like, if they have a hyper-fed Tristana like the enemy team did a few games ago, I can't do anything about that with exhaust because I'm too far away. And it's like, at that point, do I really want to just exhaust the Scion, like the full tank Scion that's in my face, or like the full tank Rakan? So exhaust is a lot better against assassins. But I mean, I guess I should use it on somebody. I was just waiting for like the Renekton to come in, or like just somebody to try to go on the back line. That fight was just crazy. Okay, yeah, it was the Victor that went in there and killed everybody. Victor can do a ton of damage if he gets the right items. Yeah, so we had a bit of a rough start, but Caitlyn's really good late game also, so it's okay if you have a bit of a rough start. I don't even honestly remember what happened. Oh, let me see if I have any extra people I can upgrade. I don't remember if I do or not. Wait, is Ivern? I can upgrade Ivern, right? Yeah, okay, here we go. Oh, I need more blue essence. Okay, I'm gonna have to go through and do that. I always lose track of the mastery things. Okay, so I need to get... Is it Mystery Champion Shard? Yeah, here we go. I don't know if I can afford it, though. I don't know if I have enough influence points for this. They should just let you buy blue essence straight up with IP. I guess they don't want to broadcast that's available. I didn't know that was available until someone showed me that. I like the craft system. I'm glad they added it in. It's pretty cool. I wish they'd do more of that mission stuff too, though. That was pretty fun as well. Yay. Yeah, you can buy, so where that is, you go to store. If you have a ton of IP like I do, I can't spin this. I have like every rune and champion in the game. I've just played the game for 7 years and I don't have any alts. So I just have an obscene amount of IP that I can never spend on anything. The only thing you can buy that's relevant to loot are the champion shards. You can't buy boxes or anything like that. And you can't buy like skin shards or anything. It's just the champion shards you can buy with it. Random champion shard. And then you can disenchant it for blue. I actually didn't know that until someone told me that. I mean, I guess that's how that works with all knowledge, right? Like, you don't know stuff until someone tells you about it, if you really think about it. I mean, some stuff you can kind of, like, figure out through your own discovery, I guess, but most stuff you learn because someone teaches it to you. I was gonna ban Yi.
doubt is the greatest.
Oh, I need to get my boy open here. Remember, if you're just joining and you want to see my duo ADCs stream that I'm playing with right now,
We're gonna relax
check
on
it
this
out.
yelling. I don't mind this in the form of Disturbed because they have good vocals. This is not good vocals for me. I don't,
I'll link him though. He's getting a lot of people from my stream, I think, because he was at like 5 before I started broadcasting him. So I try to help him out. I am currently Platinum 2 something. Like Platinum 240, 45, something like that. I'm probably not gonna blitz. I do like blitz. If anyone else streams and I'm duoing with them, or if they have a channel or something, I always try to hook them up. Because I know it's really hard to grow. I remember what it is, you know, how hard it is when you have like 5 viewers and stuff. Hey Amelia, what kind of music do I enjoy? I usually listen to like instrumental stuff that doesn't have a lot of vocals to it. I like house music, like chill music, jazz, for the most part. I mean, it just depends on what I'm doing, what my mood is. Also, will like hip-hop sometimes, like old school hip-hop. Like Tupac, Biggie, Bone Thugs, stuff like that. If I want to take a trip down like memory lane, sometimes I like 90s pop music is interesting. I don't really listen to a lot of new music at all. But most of the time, the vast majority of the time, it's like jazz or like some kind of chill house music. Like Cafe Del Mar type of stuff, or just like different mixes, like just YouTube playlists. Probably just gonna Janna here. I'll play something other than Janna here in a little bit, but I'm trying to really buckle down and get wins, and she just is the best, I think. I mean, I do like Rakan a lot, but especially with Caitlyn, Janna's just so good. Because the AD scales so well, like the AD off of my shield enhances her headshots, and just her ultimate and everything else that she does. And they have Jarvan. It's like, if I see Jarvan, it's basically automatically Janna, because that's one of the only things I can do for Jarvan, is just hope that he doesn't one-shot and then ult him out of his own pit. And Lee Sin also. I don't really know a lot of, I'm not like a jazz connoisseur. I just like listen to it, you know, on the side. I don't really follow a lot of artists really good. My wife really likes Benny Goodman. I don't know if he was jazz per se. I think he was. He was a saxophonist. I like Django Reinhardt. I like swing music too. I used to be a swing dance instructor in like 2008 to 2010 or 11 probably, before I went to grad school as a swing dance instructor. And that's how I met my wife. So we should probably get back into that. That was a lot of fun. And I need a way to start working out again. It's just the problem is the nearest swing dance place right now is like 45 minutes away from where I live. And it used to be like 10 back when I lived in Knoxville. The Django Reinhardt was probably one of my favorites. My wife actually plays in a swing dance band called the Old City Buskers. If you want to look them up on Facebook and follow them, you know, that'd make her happy. But the Old City Buskers. I'll put that in the chat.
Swiftly.
But anyways, it's a lot of fun. So she does that. Obviously, you know, she doesn't do it for money. We don't do things for money in our household a lot of times. I don't know if they have any music on. They probably have some videos of their music, but she plays clarinet and saxophone, and they go out and they play at weddings and like corporate like people hire them for corporate functions and things, just as kind of some background music and chill music. But it's a lot of fun.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
A lot of the people, the guy who runs it is we've known him for years. He's really cool. He's one of the people that really helped me out and supported me when I started swing dancing. He gave me a lot of free lessons, pretty much, which can be quite costly when you're learning. But they liked my attitude. They liked that I was really enthusiastic about learning the dance. And I was pretty decent at it. I was in really good shape back then. And so they were trying to arrange this, they're reopening this like ballroom theater in a nearby town, and they were going to play in it, and they needed one more person to be a lead in one of it. And so they just kind of recruited me, even though I was newer. They sort of took me under their wing and just gave me a ton of lessons, and I just kept going, and they really hooked me up big time with the learning, and then I became pretty good at it. I was an instructor there for their little organization, Knoxville Swing Dance Association, for quite a while, and that's how I met my wife. And then she wasn't... I did that organized dance thing that they were preparing for the grand opening of that theater, this choreographed dance, before I met her. Then I met her afterwards, so. Great organization, great people. But yeah, super cool guy. He's let us stay over at his house a lot when we come back into Knoxville. He's an engineer, and his wife has been in medical residency for 4 years in South Carolina, so he just had some extra rooms. That's super chill. That's what really makes my wife happy. So she really a lot of things make her happy, but she really loves the music. And so we drive down to Knoxville, or we had before we had the baby. Hopefully we'll get back into it soon. But we drive down to Knoxville every, you know, like once a month or so. Is he gonna do it? Or am I gonna do it? Okay, I'm gonna do it. Just to let her play. And so we really wouldn't make any money off it. She'd make a little bit. It was basically just covered gas costs. But we'd stay at his house and meet our, you know, she'd go play in the band, and I get to hang out with some of my friends and stuff. So it was a pretty cool setup. But yeah, so she works as a, like a project manager, sort of is her day job that makes pretty decent money. But, you know, her true passion is the music, but I don't know. She's the one that ponied up and decided to get a job that actually pays money, so that, at least in part, so that I could, you know, teach and make no money. But, so she gets to do her passion on the weekends and on the side. I think she would do what she's doing anyways, even if we weren't married. Even if she didn't marry someone who was, like, poor and always going to be poor, probably. I think she still would have done what she did, but... She does like organizing things in spreadsheets and stuff like that, but it's not something that she doesn't tickle her fancy as much as like music does. So she'd be much better. Like she could tell you all kinds of stuff about jazz musicians and all that stuff. I'm pretty music illiterate, if we're being honest. Like I like the sound of certain music, and I can dance to music, but swing music, I'm pretty terrible at ballroom dancing, but I just haven't practiced it. No, I'm not gonna get tenure. Not gonna get tenure. I've described my college situation before, but I can just briefly overview it for people that are new. It's like basically how academia works, and this can be relevant if you don't know how the US academia works, or you're thinking of going into academia. It's really rough. It truly is. It's very competitive, first of all. So my master's program took 16 people out of about 200 applicants, and my PhD program took 4 out of about 200 applicants. So it's hyper competitive to get into. And the way that it works is basically like a 2-tier system maybe like 2.5. Some universities have these little like, kinda you get money if you're a lecturer, but most places it's like adjunct or tenure. And how this system works is tenure is basically like a union job as a professor, if you want to think of it that way. You get really nice pay, you get great benefits, you teach maybe 1 or 2 classes a semester, you publish books, articles, just kind of live the high life of scholarship and teaching. You mostly teach graduate classes, so almost everyone in those classes wants to be there. They do exciting research, they have a lot of fun. It's great, it's an awesome gig. So back in the 60s or 70s when they invented tenure, like 80% of university faculty that taught were tenured faculty. So most people were tenured. And the reason they invented tenure was so that professors felt like they could freely critique society without fear of getting fired. So they're kind of like the press of academia, in a sense. So they wanted people to be able to do critiques of society and come up with some interesting theories and all that stuff without fear of being fired. So, because of their political views and stuff like that. So that's the invention of tenure was a good idea. The invention of tenure was a good idea, but what it has morphed into over the years is a shortcut for universities, or not, okay, so that's tenure, right? So that's 80% of faculty in the 60s and 70s, and then 20% were adjunct. Now, adjunct was invented as kind of a class of instructors, primarily for people that were either retirees or worked in a different field and just wanted to teach a little bit on the side. So it was supposed to be like a temp job that you would just kind of do for funsies, right? So they weren't, many people weren't adjuncts. However, over time, universities have commercialized a lot more. And so universities are making a lot of money. It's become a very, very big business now. Because just a ton of people go to college, a ton of people spend zillions of dollars on college. It's way more expensive than it ever has been before. They hire more administrators to run all of these different buildings and everything else they have now. I mean, a lot of colleges are like resorts at this point. Just like crazy dining halls, landscaping, just all of this insane stuff. And it all costs a lot of money. So now what they've done is they figured out a little trick. They're like, you know what? Many academics love teaching their subject so much, and they're so passionate about it, I'll bet we can exploit the crap out of them, and just make more people adjuncts. So slowly, that's what has happened, where they're offering less and less tenure, because they don't have to. Because academics will teach for nothing. They'll teach for peanuts, because they love what they do, most of the time. It's one of the few jobs where people do it almost exclusively because they love to do it. I mean, you don't just go into a PhD program just because you want to most of the time. It's because you really are passionate and care about whatever your research is most of the time. And so because of that, now 80% of people that teach undergraduate are adjuncts, and only 20% are tenured. So tenure is extremely rare. Anytime a tenure position opens up, there's like 500 or 600 people that apply to it, and they only take one person out of everybody for tenure. And that's just an opportunity for tenure. You get hired as an assistant professor if that happens, and then you have 3 years to publish a book or you're fired. And, you know, while you're trying to get this book published, you also have to teach 3 or 4 classes and do all this extra university stuff, serve on all these committees, all this stuff. So it's really high stress, it's very difficult, and because it's so rare to get it, you have to be willing to go anywhere and do anything. They can ask for anything in these places. You know, they might have a position opening up, and they're doing this more and more too, where they say, we want someone who's a 20th century specialist, a 19th century specialist, a post-colonial specialist, a feminist specialist, and like just 5 or 6 different things that would traditionally have all been different professors, but now, because they can ask for whatever they want in this job market, because people are so desperate to make any kind of money in academia, because there is none, that they can ask for whatever they want, and they'll get it. They'll find somebody that has all those qualifications they want, and that's who they'll hire. You know, there's people, like, it's getting to the point where they are hiring people that already, like, you almost have to have a book published before you can even get assistant professorship. And it used to be, you just had to have a couple of articles and some really interesting research, and then you publish the book after you're an assistant. And it's getting to the point where you have to have a book before they'll even talk to you, a lot of times. Or, like, have a degree from Harvard or something. So anyways, that's kind of the state of academia, is you have to be willing to go anywhere, do anything, and like be extremely accomplished to get tenure. Otherwise, you're just going to get adjunct. And if you're an adjunct, you know, generous pay for adjunct is $4,000 a class. So if you teach 4 classes per semester at a big university that's generous, then you might make $32,000 a year. Might. However, most of the time, you'll make much less than that. My wife's father is a retired engineer who adjuncts and teaches some chemistry classes at a just a local, it's not a community college, but it's not a huge state school, and he gets like $1,500 a class. So if he were to teach 4-4, he would only make $18,000 a year, and that's the situation with a lot of universities. So that's kind of how it works. But I'm not willing to go anywhere. My wife and I really want to go back to Knoxville. That's where all our friends are. That's where her band is. So I really wish I had wards there. I don't have wards. Gonna have to flash, maybe? No. So that's kind of the state of academia. And it's not sustainable. Something's gonna break. It just won't, people just won't teach anymore. It's already starting to happen. Like, my current department's falling apart. And a lot of university, especially like humanities departments, kind of are. So, like, I calculated up one time, and just of the people, like, of the money that I bring into the university by teaching this one class, which was a large class, it was like a 40-person class I was teaching. Of the tuition that those students paid to take my class, my cut of the money that they paid was 5%. So, you know, the instructors only get 5% of the tuition, roughly. Now that's exploitation. When you're only getting... I understand the university has a lot of overhead, but that's pretty hardcore. By contrast, something like YouTube gives me a 55% cut of their ad revenue. And there's no qualifications for YouTube. You just come up with content and, you know, sell it, and that's it. Or not sell it, but, you know, just monetize it. Just say you want ads on it, and that's it. So anyways, that's kind of my long-winded explanation of academia. So if you want to go into academia, I say go for it, but you better love what you're doing, and you better either be able to survive on ramen noodles, or, like, marry somebody with money, or just independently have money from some other, like, some other job or your parents or something, because you're certainly not going to make it in your adjuncting. So... yeah, I mean, that's what a lot of people are doing, Sean. Well, it's not just a problem from the professor side, too, right? Like, it's a huge problem from the student side. Like, college is so absurdly expensive now. I'm out of gold. He's gonna close the gap and probably kill me. I didn't have exhaust. Yeah, we stay... Well, he wanted to stay for that Infinity Edge, and then we just didn't back up, and we needed to back up a lot sooner. But yeah, I mean, the student side of it is also insane, because they're paying, like, $1 zillion to go to universities now, and there's no guarantee of any kind of employment. I mean, the job market's hard for everybody right now, for the most part. Top lane's doing very well, though. Like, we've been kind of crushed bot lane, but top's doing alright. Tell us a cool story? I mean, I thought that was kind of a cool story. At least a story people don't know about. Cool story. I mean, I've had to hitchhike twice up here because the roads are so awful when it gets snowy on this backcountry road. So one time I was like, students were giving presentations, and it was like, I think it was almost literally the very last day of class, so I couldn't cancel it. Like, I mean, I guess I could have and just said, oh, by the way, y'all have to write up a paper instead of presenting because I don't want to drive up there in the snow. Like, so there was like a blizzard warning that day, but of course universities never cancel for anything, hardly. Actually, they do, I'll tell you in a second, it's pretty funny. But they don't cancel for like mega icy backcountry roads for the people that have to drive in. Our tower's here. Do we have one more? Talon's coming. Alright, we got him, coach. Can we do it? Nah, okay, whatever. Whatever, it's fine. Vice top. Okay, yeah, we can do this, that's fine. But anyway, so, I was like, you know, I'm not canceling, I'm just gonna go, and if I die, whatever, at least students got to present. And, so I went, and then, the roads were fine on the way up. It was supposed to happen, like, later in the day. And then, as soon as I walk out of my office, or as soon as I walk out of class, just like everything's white. I'm like, okay, great. But I had to get home because that was when I was still taking classes as a grad student. I had to get home so I could finish these huge essays that I had to write. And so I was like, well, I'm going to drive it. And I'd already had to hitchhike once before, which wasn't that eventful. I was just like, as soon as I pulled off the road, these guys in a pickup truck came up and said, hey man, where you going? I said, campus. They're like, cool, we can give you a ride. I said, cool. And that was about it. And then I just slept on a couch in the teacher's lounge. That one wasn't super eventful. It was okay. That was interesting. But this time, I pulled off the road, just started walking. It was going to take me about 12 hours to walk home. And then I just decided, you know what? And I just held up a $20 bill as I was walking down the side of the road, and like the third car stopped, and it was like a middle-aged lady, and she said, where are you going? And I told her like the nearest town, and I was like, well, if she drops me off there, then it would only be, you know, like an 8-hour walk. And so she took me there, and I got to talking with her, and she was actually from the same place I'm from, Knoxville, Tennessee. And we were just chatting the whole way, and then she gave me the ride all the way home. It was like an hour car ride. 20 bucks. So it was really nice, and I met a cool person. I never hung out with her again, but that was cool. Yeah, that's kind of a cool story. Hitchhiking, meeting fun people. I wouldn't recommend that all the time, especially if you're a female, but make sure I don't get hit by all of her stuff. Damn it. It was too far. That's too far without wards. Now they're gonna get. Now he's gonna get like a triple kill.
Enemy killing spree.
Yeah, after she did her thing, we just needed to leave.
Has been destroyed.
I had to save the Talon. I guess maybe I could have let the Talon kill the Xayah, and I don't know. It was just way too close. It was just stupid. We shouldn't have gone that far. Hey, thanks, Cyrix. I appreciate it. How big is this Lee? He's pretty big. So Lee and Echo. I really don't want Echo to be big. That champion is just absolutely obnoxious when he's huge, because you just can't kill him. He's so hard to kill. I heavily consider banning Echo a lot of the time. But there's a lot of champions that are like him that are very, like, squirrely. But his problem is he's squirrely, he's hard to catch, and he does heavy damage, and he's hard to kill even if you catch him. That's... Giving him those 3 kills is really bad. His Talon just doesn't matter anymore. His Echo can just reset. He can't really kill Xayah in one shot either. Oops. Alright, well, whatever.
In harmony.
I mean, Talon is really fed, but the problem is now so is Echo. And Echo's just a lot more relevant.
Upon the wind.
Who could I mean, Talon can probably kill Lee. Talon can kill Xayah if she doesn't have ult. But, like, Lulu really screws over Talon also. Oh, I should have gotten, probably should have gotten Mikhail's for the polymorph. Started getting Ardent Sensor, which is not awful, but...
Swiftly.
Oh, she missed it. Watch the shadow thing. Okay. Well, this It's like Bruiser Nidalee is actually doing pretty well. I haven't seen that in a very long time. So I really don't know like what the damage thresholds on her are, but alright, so we'll go with this, and then we'll go with a couple of wards and work our way towards Mikhail's probably for that polymorph. Please don't die.
Upon the wind.
I mean, Redemption is pretty good, but it's not as good as it used to be until you get other mana regeneration sources. So it's much better as the second or third item now. They nerfed it quite a lot for the early game. You can still get it if you don't have a good user for Ardent Sensor. It's gonna back. There's not anything super fancy going on here.
Breathlessly.
Echo really is pretty pretty rough. You guys need to wait on me. Well, if I hadn't typed back to him, I could have saved him. Echo damage is just so fast. It just kind of caught me off guard. Nice, ace. I need this. I need the experience. I need the gold. There we go. A lot of them are bottom. I don't think they're going to do it. Oh, we can't stay down there too long, though. Oh, God, they saw Kate down there.
In harmony.
Okay, they didn't do it. I was like, one wave is fine, but 2 waves is a long time for them to set up and like they could have gotten all of this vision around here and then just like baited us. Like, you cannot go for very long without having vision on Baron, or they can bait you. Hey, thanks so much for the sub. I appreciate it. We need to play around Baron. I need to give Talon a lot of vision. Like, we need to try to pick him off, I think. Wait till that scuttle goes down, and then we can lock him out of Baron. I don't know about that.
It's just a jump to the left.
Can we bait Baron? We might be able to siege here. We should just bait Baron. Ugh. Okay, well, rapid fire's fine. Does she have to flash? Yeah. So we'll go for redemption here. Alright, Phil. Well. Hope you enjoy it when you return. Lee might just kind of roll up in here and flank.
As you wish.
Yeah, so they all went bottom for Nidalee, and we get a free Baron out of it. Yeah, there's Lee. Yeah, that's what we should have been doing the whole time.
Swiftly.
Can I sell both of these? 1,300? No, it's not gonna be enough. I guess I'll just buy one of these. I gotta spend the gold some way, but I don't want to give up my my control word slot for just like a little dinky like half item. That's something I've been getting a lot better about, is always have control words. Always, always, always. Like, only like really... Oh god, I thought I was lagging. Only like really late in the game, if you desperately need one more item, should you sell stuff to get a final control word item. Care, we don't have Nidalee. Where's Vi's not here. No Vi. Oh god, dude. What the actual hell? We got it. There we go. Alright, we got it. Alright, Sadie. Did we get it, Sadie? Sadie is definitely enthused about that game, aren't you, Sadie? Alright. I'll hook that up with the Nidalee. Wow, they all honored Lee even though they lost? That's rare. Typically, people just don't honor if they lose. Yeah, I mean, you got to give that up to Nidalee. Everyone else did pretty well too, but that was the rare Bruce or Nidalee top. Yeah, I haven't seen that in a little while either. Hey, thanks for the sub. I appreciate it. Let's see. Vision. 74, not bad. Bought 34 wards. 9 control wards. Let me write a note for him. Before I forget. Before I forget who that is. I'm pretty sure it's Kobe 24. Yeah, I know, Waj. I mean, that's just how it goes as support. People just don't notice. Like, the only people, if they ever notice, for AD carry are, or for support are the AD carries. Let me see.
Content, you know? You're not getting good League ADC content, so the least you could get is, like, triggered content. That's all I can offer you guys. Come on, dude. Wait. Anyway, Prof, I literally did 0 that game. I did nothing. I only got kills because you let me live at that Jarvan ult and Lee kick. Like, you got kicked because you were sitting on me. Here, look. Nerd. You see this? You see this? It's Diamond, baby. Hard stuck Diamond 5 for 3 seasons. Eat my ass, you non-believer. I'm a goddamn amazing player. Don't even tell me otherwise.
Huh. Alright, I'll check out my own chat. I was just checking in with Kleenex, see how he felt about that game. Alright. Kobe is another guy that I duo with sometimes. You can check out his content too if you want. It is... I was playing with him for the last couple of days. I think it's Kobe 2408. He's pretty cool. He's a mid laner. I duo with him a lot. He also does some YouTube stuff. So I mean, he does like mid and top. He's been doing a lot of Malzahar. So I'll probably play with him again at some point over the next couple of days. I just hadn't played with Kleenex in a while, so figured we'd bust out the old Kleenex. Or Maple Shot is in the game, so yeah. So Kobe's pretty cool too. You can check him out sometime if you want. Maple is from Canada, I believe. How can you get out of bronze? I mean, the biggest thing I can say, if you're new to the channel, or if you haven't watched this video, I highly, highly recommend that you watch this video. How to carry a support and overview. I'll link it in the description. Just check this out. It's a little on the long side, but as with all of my videos, you can find the timestamps right here in the description, and then there's also an accompanying Google Doc. So you can just kind of skim it and see, you know, what if you don't want to watch the whole thing, you can just watch, you know, just read part of it if you want to. You just want to skim it and sort of see what's going on. Oh, no, not that. Where am I going? To be stronger, so even though it... Okay, let me go ahead and ban. I'm just going to ban Yi.
Doubt is the greatest enemy.
I'll link it in the chat here, and I'll tell you like what's in that video also. Yeah, I mean... I kind of want to... I need a Janna against Hecarim. I want to do Rakan here. I keep getting, like, first pick. First or second pick. I want to do Rakan, but I... Oh, Zaya's banned. Never mind, Zaya's banned, so I can't even do it. Alright, we'll just do that. That's both a good pick in general most of the time as an early pick. It's also good into Hecarim, and it's a good denial. You don't want your enemy to have a Janna most of the time. She creates all kinds of matchup problems. But, yeah, I think what Tun said here, it's all about those concepts of the game. I am going to make another one here soon about League and Critical Thinking that I'm working on that Tiny, I think, sponsored. It's also going to have like a section on solo queue versus pro play and how people get confused about that, which is something that Mr. Magpie sponsored, I think. So I've got a new video coming out soon. But what Tund here said about understanding sort of the basics of the game, I will say this video has a lot of that in it, although I think it has some more advanced stuff too that's not difficult to understand, but it's something that doesn't get talked about a lot, and it's something that people don't think about a lot. But this is definitely what you should be watching if you want to, especially if you want to learn how to climb out of bronze. But I think this is good even through like up through diamond. A lot of this stuff, people don't get this a lot of times. So the best way to get out of bronze and any elo really is macro. Play a champion that you're comfortable with, and then learn how to play macro, and you can get out. I promise you. Even if you just play Sona all the time, like one of the simplest mechanical champions in the whole game. Is very, very good in bronze and silver. One of the big reasons is she's really easy, so you can focus on other things. So it's not bad to play a relatively simple champion, right? Because it frees up your brain power to do better with your macros. So to do better with your watching the mini-map, your shot calling, your vision control, everything else, because you don't have to devote so much brain power to your champion. So I don't know if this has ever happened to you guys, but this happens to me sometimes. If I play a really high, intense mechanical champion, or something I'm not used to, I'm like tunnel visioned on my champion, right? So if I'm like playing Thresh, then I'm sitting there focusing on, okay, I've got to hit this hook, and I'm sitting there like watching, looking for the hook. Well, while I'm doing that, I'm not watching the mini-map as much, right? And so it leaves you a lot more susceptible to ganks because you have to focus so hard on the mechanical stuff that you're doing, or on trying to figure out what you need to be doing. If it's a champion that is has difficult decisions with it all the time, and it's something you haven't played a lot, you're going to be thinking like, okay, do I engage here? Do I not engage? Should I run from this? Can I all in right now? You know, you're thinking of all this stuff, and it distracts you from the bigger picture. And so the best way to climb, especially in bronze, is to play something that you feel very comfortable with. It's not going to take a lot of your brain power to play too much, and focus on the macro. Watch your mini-map. Don't get ganked. Ping people. If something's missing from your lane, obviously ping it. But ping if something's missing from middle lane. Ping if you see the jungler somewhere on the map. Ping if the enemy top laner uses their teleport. Ping summoner cooldowns. Mid lane flashes, and you're paying attention bottom lane. If you're watching your minimap, you should see if mid lane flashes. Even though it's not in your lane, you can still see them move from one place to another on the minimap, and you can ping that flash even if the mid laner doesn't flash. So there are a lot of things you can do by paying attention to macro to win the game. Just pinging back. If someone's about to make a really stupid engage, ping back a lot. Tell them don't do that. Set up wards early around Dragon and Baron and direct your team to go take that. Just like I did last game, we were just kind of like A-ramming middle for a while, and I kept saying, hey, let's go get Baron, and finally we did that. We baited it. I had vision locked out of Baron for like a good 5 minutes there, so they had no idea if we were doing Baron or not. And then they all went middle lane they all went bot lane to get the Nidalee because they had no vision of Baron, and we just got a free Baron out of it, and that's really what turned the game around. So that's my biggest recommendation for getting out of bronze, silver, really anywhere. Yeah, a lot of it's just wards, ward. And I talk about it a lot. Just watch that video. I tell you everything you need to know about compositions, warding, like understanding game states, and things like that. So it's hard to say it all right here in this video. But I think it's I think it's relatively concise considering how much stuff I try to cover in that video. But yeah, I mean, the biggest thing is just communicating important information to your team and being in the right place at the right time. Like, that's the most important thing for climbing in solo queue. I think picking champions and understanding compositions is really important too. Understanding when to dodge is also really important. I talk about that in my pick ban dodge video, which is right next to my support overview video. So be sure to watch that for more information on compositions, what you should be banning, what you should be picking, and when you should be dodging. Hey, what's up, Telios? Welcome, friend.
As you wish. With ease.
Anyways, just watch those 2 videos. That's what I would highly recommend. I think the biggest stuff, though, is just start off by watching your minimap more. That's the biggest thing, is to watch your minimap and understand what is going on. That's the biggest thing for most elos, that someone can always work on. There's always room to watch your minimap more. And you start off just by not getting ganked. A lot of people will say just pick Brand or like Zyra or something and just do like a ton of damage and that's how you carry out of bronze. Like, that is one strategy, but that's not the only strategy you can do to get out of bronze. I think you could easily do it. Well, not easily, but it is hard. If you're in bronze, it's hard to get out of bronze. But I think it can be done playing things like Janna and Sona also. But a lot of it is just macro. And that's the stuff that's harder to understand. Like, it's relatively easy for people to understand why they lost a game if they died 10 times in that game, most of the time. Some people will still blame their team. They'll say, oh, team's awful. But realistically, I think most people that are interested in climbing and getting better at the game can kind of think, I shouldn't have died 10 times. And that's something that's obvious that you can work on. But the less obvious stuff is things like, you know, I shouldn't have engaged there because we didn't have proper vision, or, you know, we should have rotated to Baron after this tower instead of trying to push for inhibitor, or, I didn't realize the enemy ADC had a BF sword when my ADC had boots too, and so we shouldn't have fought that. Like, that's stuff that's more difficult for people to spot. So that's the kind of stuff that I talk about in the video. I mean, the obvious thing is just don't die. That's the most obvious one. Try to keep your deaths to 3 or less per game, whenever possible. A lot of people don't realize this, but every death is preventable. There is a way you could not die every single time. Now, sometimes your death, you know, you might think worth, but it's much better to get into the mentality of, if you die, you screwed up. Most of the time. That's the best way to think about it. And just think of, was there a way how I could not die? I think sometimes, especially as tanks, if you play tank supports, it's really easy to get into that mindset, well, it's fine because I died because I was engaging for my team. But it's not fine, really. Like, you have to not die. You need to pick better engagements. Either pick better engagements, itemize better, pick better champions that fit your playstyle if you really like going super hard and diving into a lot of people. But don't fall into the trap of thinking, oh, I'm Alistar and I died 10 times this game, but it's okay because I'm supposed to die. I'm supposed to engage, and that's not true. You are supposed to engage, but you don't have to die when you do it if you're picking the right engages. Hey, what's up, Ray? It depends on the champion. I mean, the recommended items are okay. If you look at my tier list video, it's linked in the description. My 7.13 tier list video. If you go into the description of that tier list video, you'll see a Google Doc. I can show you after this game if you want. But you'll see a Google Doc. In that Google Doc, if you scroll down near the bottom where my tier list is, you'll see little links after the first 20 champions or so, right below it, a little blue link. Click on that link and take it. That'll take you to another Google Doc for each champion of the top 20. In that Google Doc, I tell you which items you should buy on the champion, and I tell you about matchups. So I tell you who the champion's good with, who they're good against. I tell you which masteries you should run, which runes you should run, and if I have an in-depth link, or I have an in-depth video available for that champion, then I link that there as well. So if you're really just kind of starting off with a champion, you just want like a super quick TLDR, what should you do with that champion, I would check that out. I would highly recommend it. It's just like half a page. Real easy to read, real easy to understand. A lot of times it's more complicated than that. Like you need to learn how to change your items around according to what's going on in the game, but it's a really good place to start, I think, is to look at that. Is Bork still good on Jhin? Oh my god. I'll assume that's a joke. I mean, I'm not trying to belittle anybody, but people in this channel know, if you've been here for a while, you know how much I hate Bork. So sometimes people like to troll me by saying that. Jhin should be building crit. So he should be going, i.e. Rapid Fire Cannon, Static Shiv with Warlords. He should be going the Energizer build, as they say. That might be warded, I don't know. Yeah, it's warded. That looks really bad.
As you wish. An ally has been slain.
Wow. Rough stuff, rough stuff.
Upon the wind. Breathlessly.
Dude, just get the dragon. Your Jax. God, you have full vision, and it's pinked. He's gonna flash it.
As you wish.
Guys, go, 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 go! Jesus.
Breathlessly.
We could have had this dragon like 5 minutes ago. Like, we can't kill bottom because they're just too defensive. Like, Tristana can just jump away. But this, like, bottom cannot come up and fight us for this dragon right now. Hecarim was not there because we have perfect vision. My wards are about to fall. We know it's not warded. Galio wasn't there. Dude, if they get this dragon, I'm gonna be upset.
With ease. An ally has been slain.
Jax is so terrible at macro. Like, Jax does dragon really quickly, and now they're gonna get it. Probably. Like, people think Wind Dragon is garbage, and it's not as good as the other dragons, but here's the thing. That will help Jax so much. Because, like, Jax's problem is it's really easy to, like, avoid his ganks, but if he comes in a lot faster, it's a lot easier to gank.
Swiftly.
I mean, Jesus Christ, like, we could have had 2 dragons by now. Like, literally the first time I said dragon, we could have had it. And now we would have had a Fire Drake. So we could have had a Fire Drake off of this. It's infuriating, because I'm, like, explaining it to him. He doesn't even have to, like, read between the lines. I'm telling him there's no way they can contest us for dragon right now. So it was almost literally 5 or 6 minutes ago, and dragon spawns every 6, so we could have had both of them. They can't fight us for this. Tristana's extremely weak early in the game compared to Draven.
Swiftly. Upon the wing.
It's gotta be a bait. Yeah, you don't need Bork. Like, here's the thing that people don't understand. People think Bork is a tank breaker, right? If we're going over Bork again, like... I mean, it just wouldn't be a Strategy Professor stream if people weren't debating the merits of Bork with me, right? Here's the deal. People think that Bork is a tank breaker. It is not a tank breaker. Bork is a single item power spike at level 6 for dueling, for 1v1. That's its purpose. That's very useful in pro play. That's not as useful most of the time in solo queue because games go much longer and you want something that's going to amplify damage as you get more items, because you're going to get way more items in solo queue because games don't close out and people just get more gold in general because there's more deaths. What really breaks tanks is critical strike, okay? A lot of critical strike. So like Infinity Edge, Rapid Fire Cannon, Static Shiv, and then Last Whisper. That's what breaks tanks. Bork is very, very weak with Critical Strike, because it doesn't add Critical Strike, and it doesn't have a lot of AD on it. It's only got 40 AD, when most big-ticket items will have 80. It does have lifesteal on it, which is okay, but on a lot of these heavy critical strike champions, like Draven and, you know, pretty much anybody that's worth anything on this patch, then something like either Bloodthirster or Death's Dance will be more valuable. Yeah, Bork is a good counter to Janna. Okay, well, thank you, Tun. Tun knows the drill. Tun's heard my speech about Bork probably like 30 times. Okay, we got to teleport out of it. That's fine. Why would you turn? Just keep running. What slowed me? Oh, I guess his Q did. Yeah. Well, I thought that was going to be good. Yeah, they cleared my ward and try. We couldn't get enough pressure and try to keep the wards. Yeah, we were losing all the lanes, so we really, really needed these dragons to make up for that. No, do not go tank on Jax. That is an awful idea.
In harmony.
I really think tank Jax is worthless. He has no CC, like, he has no defensive steroids. Dude, get off of that. Like, this guy, there's no way he jungles. And I'm dead.
Upon the wind.
Alright, I guess we'll just go Redemption. The fights are lasting a little bit longer. Did we get it? No, they got it, of course. Or no, they'll be able to get it.
Shut down.
This guy has to be autofill jungle or something, which is like, why would you play Jax if you're like, just play Ivern, play Nunu, play like something. It's just like easy mode jungle if you're autofilled. Like, we do have some scaling, we can come back in the game, but the problem is, like, every lane's losing, and we really need those dragons to, like, help us keep up. And they aren't really contesting them that heavily either, that's the thing. How big is Triss? Maybe I just heal. We can beat him as Draven, I think. We can still win this. It's not like we can't win it. All of our lanes scale really hard, so I think we can do it. It's just... It would have been really nice if we had... We could be on our 3rd dragon now, honestly. We could have had 3. What is it? What is the next one? Infernal. So we could have had Wind plus 2 Infernal right now if we'd played our cards right. Instead, Jax was up top doing Raptors when Dragon was up. And he just straight up didn't do it when I was trying to ask him to do it a lot earlier. That's the thing. As jungler, especially as... Like, you have to understand... So many pinks. You have to understand game state. So the game state is... None of these lanes are going to get ganked and killed, probably. And Jax is very good at taking objectives. And our bot lane is way, way stronger than them, especially early in the game. Like, Triss needs 2 or 3 items before she's relevant. Draven is good immediately because his Q gives so much extra AD. That's what makes him one of the most powerful early game. He probably is the most powerful early game AD in the game. There's no way they can fight us. So when we push in a tower, and I have perfect vision, and we have it pinked, there's no way they could contest us for that. They would have to let it go, or they would all die trying to contest us for it. Either way, it's a win. So even though we can't gank and kill Tristana, thank you for the sub, by the way. Even though we can't kill Tristana in lane because she's just going to jump away because Jax has very limited crowd control, he is good at taking objectives and dragons very early, especially when Janna's backing him up, and especially if we're overpowering them bottom. And their mid laner isn't that strong. Like, Galio's not that much of a beast either in the early game. He's okay. But they have these very defensive lanes that we could punish really hard by abusing dragons. So that's what we needed to do to stay even in the early to mid game. Yeah, I mean, we did eventually get Windrake, but it was like 5 or 6 minutes after we should have, and we could have had 2 dragons by that point. So he's probably dead. Nah, he's gone. But now Trist is online.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Now Tristana's online, and they have their little goon squad of tanks in the mid-game. The tanks are strongest in the mid-game. So once they get a couple of defensive items, most tanks, then they're gonna be stronger than most AD champions. Because tank items, in general, are cheaper than damage items, and they tend to synergize with the base values a lot better than damage items. So tanks are usually best in the mid-game before the damage dealers start getting penetration and before they start getting all this amplification. And most tanks rely heavily on their base abilities, like the flat base damage that their abilities deal. So like Malphite, for example, relies very heavily on his ultimate, plus his Q, plus his, you know, just rolling his hand across the keyboard. And that's what he depends on for his damage. But very little of that has any scaling to it. Like, he's going to get a little bit extra based on his armor, but his damage is never going to go up. It's basically the same amount. So later in the game, once people have more base HP, they have lifesteal, they have more damage. Once I have more shielding, all that good stuff, he's just not going to do anything. And the same is true of Galio. Like, he has base damages. Nah, he's gone. He got flanked. Dude, why would you not just run? He, like, turned around to fight him.
Upon the wind.
So that's why, like, you need to be ahead against tanks in the early game, and then you need to snowball into those tank items later on. So if we don't get mowed over early, if they don't get too many towers, if they don't get too many dragons and Baron, then we would close this game out easily. We'd win it. But the problem is right now that Galio and Malphite, their damage is still relevant, and they have so much, so many tank stats that we just can't cut through them. Especially with Soraka, even with Executioners. So the reason that they're in this and the reason that they're snowballing this, a big, big part of it is we didn't get those dragons. If we had the Infernals, the wind plus the 2 Infernals, that would have given Draven that extra little bit of damage to help cut through these tanks a lot faster. But Jax just doesn't understand macro at all, and I'm trying to tell him what to do, and he just, like, won't do it. I mean, they have it warded, guys. Dumb as hell. I should have pinged them back off of that. God, he went Blade of the Ruined King for real.
Upon the wind. Breathlessly. In harmony.
Like, don't tell me what to do. I can rush Blade of the Ruined King on Jungle Jax if I want to.
With ease.
Of course, of course.
Your inhibitor is
If I don't want to get Dragon, we don't have to get Dragon. Just walk around and farm instead. Well.
enemy double kill.
Jesus. Well, one, I can't get in position to ult them in that fight because everybody's spread out. And two, they have like a zillion different ways to knock me out of my ultimate. Well, we had an okay start. The problem was mid and top lane were losing from what I remember. And we, like, Jax just wasn't doing anything. And they're about to TP on top of that. They're all dead, probably. And I'm dead. Yep. I mean, I don't like blaming games on just one person or like the jungler or whatever, but it's, I mean, this game's like 90% Jax. He's just not listening. Like, we're telling him exactly what to do. He just refuses to listen. I mean, Jax is not a good pick in general in the jungle, but we could have made it work, though. They got their power spike in the mid game and crushed everybody because Jax doesn't do damage because he rushed Blade the Ruined King. Jax is not the best top. Jax is average at best. Top lane. I mean, Jax is the kind of champion who's okay, you know, he's good, like, if he gets a ton of items top, but so is Fiora, so is Kled, so is Riven. I mean, all of these champions, and they have much stronger games early than Jax. Jax's early game is trash, unless he gets very, very fed. Yeah, I mean, I know this might come as a shock, Joe, but when you live stream games for probably about 6 hours a day, sometimes you lose them. I don't know. I know it seems weird, but occasionally you lose a game if it's a live stream. No, Jax shouldn't go gun. I mean, Gunblade's better than Bork, but no, he needs to go Trinity Force. He needs the, like, Jax is a burst damage champion for the most part. He needs to jump in, do his little spinning thing, you jump in, you auto attack, you do your empowered auto attack, your thing goes off, and then you hit them 2 or 3 more times, and then they should die. Oh, I see what you're saying, Bernard. Okay, yeah, sorry, I can't read. Yeah, he is best in the top lane if you're going to play him at all. Yes, I agree. I don't think he's that good in the jungle. I mean, some people will say he is. I just feel like they're better. I wouldn't get Bork. I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't do it. I would probably go like Trinity, and I would do like maybe Trinity Gunblade. Yeah, I think Gunblade is good on him. Probably Trinity Gunblade, because Gunblade has burst on it too. Oh yeah, Titanic Hydra is another one that's good. Who are my favorite junglers to play? Ivern and Nunu, because they're very easy to play, and I can just focus on macro. I mean, Gunblade's okay, because you can slow him down. I mean, that's the thing a lot of people think about, like, Bork is... It does have that slow on it. It has a lifesteal. Unless you're rushing Bork as your first item, as some AD carries, I just don't think it's worth it. Is he logging or something? Alright, I'll do another one. It's fine. Rakan is not the strongest jungler right now. See you, Greg. If you guys are talking about control wards, it's best, you can still leave it on Dragon and Baron because it keeps pressure on them. Because then you know they haven't warded it while you see it. Like, yeah, they can go clear it, but if they do that, you can collapse on them and kill them if you have advantages in your lane. And it still gives you vision until they go clear it. So... yeah, Titanic Hydra is pretty good. That gives you a lot more wave clear. Like the Trinity Gunblade would be really good dueling power, but that the Hydra would give you the wave clear, which is why a lot of people get it. And you get a nice early game power spike too whenever you get the Tiamat. Gives you extra burst damage. Yeah, I mean that's true. Zach is the most banned jungler. He's pretty good, yeah. I don't know if he's probably the best. He's probably the best, but he's really good. I think Nunu's really good too, though. I think Nunu probably statistically has a lot of wins, but I don't think the Draven was that bad last game, just responding to some of Kleenex's chat. I really don't think Draven was that bad. I mean, like I said, I think the vast majority of that game was Jax not having a clue about macro. Like, he just didn't know. And I just have to assume that's because he just doesn't play jungle, or maybe he doesn't play Jax and he was just focusing too much on, like, what his clear path should be, or something. I don't know. But, I mean, like, we were telling him what to do. Maybe that was it. Maybe he just straight up, like... he was just like very resistant. He's like, no, I'm not gonna, you know, talking about perfect vision and getting free dragons. I'm not into that. Maybe it's just because he's one of those people. It's like, if you tell me to do it, I'm just not gonna do it. Yeah, that would be good, Kleenex. Well, you were being good guy, Kleenex, giving your role away a couple of times to people that weren't really that great. I mean, I thought the Draven was fine. I think he was. He was alright. It was just, it's a Jax just, like, just didn't know what was going on. He didn't have Platinum Macro, put it that way. What should be Platinum Macro. Ugh. Olaf and Kennen. I want to go Rakan, but I just can't. That's too much area. I'm just going to have to Janna. I know I've Janna'd a lot tonight, but...
The Tempest is at your command.
That's just so much dive. Let's see, JL plays a decent gen. Who is Drew? Gosh, that sounds awful, man. Okay, does JL play Gnar? Not really. Does this guy play Jhin? Yeah, he plays an okay Jhin. Whatever, that's fine. It's better than getting a Vayne top, I suppose. What about Gentum? Does he play Veigar? Yeah, he's pretty good on Veigar. What about who? Vi. He's pretty good on Vi. Okay, sure. We'll do it. We'll run it. Okay, one of them dodged. I want to try out. I want to do a normal. I'll probably make this the end of the stream. I'm going to do a normal, and I'm going to try out either Braum or Sejuani. Easiest mid pick I can think of is Kassadin or Ahri. Probably Ahri. Ahri's just very safe. She has like 3 free flashes at level 6, so you can go in and be aggressive, and then if the jungler shows up, it doesn't even matter, so you just go right back out. Yeah, I mean, what we ended up with, I think 40 LP today. That's still pretty good. I'm tempted to just lock that in as just a gain 40 for the day, and that's good. Good enough. And then I can try something else other than Janna. I know I've played a lot of her tonight. So I want to try out either Sej or Braum. I've been thinking about Sejuani since the new coin item came out. Because her problem had been that her stuff costs so much mana early on. She's very, very mana intensive. But coin gives a lot of mana back. Also, Talisman would be really, really good on her. You know, you can run in and just like Arctic Assault them. Then when they flash, you Glacial Prism them. Lucian's an okay mid, I guess. I mean, I've seen him do alright, but yeah, Gunblade Ahri is actually really good. There you go, Catherine. Well, thank you. Thanks for coming back. I think Talia's really good as a mid laner. I don't know about support. I think Ahri's probably the easiest. I mean, I think Kassadin's really good too. He has a tougher laning phase, but I think Kassadin's a good, like, just stomp champion in general. He doesn't have great wave clear, but he's very, very good at sort of just isolation, picking people off one-on-one, especially against other AP mid laners, and that's good enough for solo queue. I mean, I think the best overall, if you're really good with her, is LeBlanc, because she's super safe, does just a ton of damage. Echo's also extremely good, but he's harder to play. I think Katarina's really good, but she's hard to play. I'd say like either LeBlanc or Echo, if you're really, really good with those champions, are probably the best 2 mid laners right now. But I think Ahri's the easiest. Like, you're just trying to learn, just try to pick something up. Hey, thanks for the subs. I didn't use my dodge today, which is bad. You should use your dodge every single day. I didn't really need to. I dodge a lot less when I have a duo because it's just a higher likelihood we're going to win. A lot of times we can overcome a lot of tomfoolery. I wouldn't go TF right now in this meta. He gets murdered by assassins. If you're gonna play something that does a lot of damage, God bless. It's like every time I just want to play like a good, just try something out as support in solo queue, I end up getting jungle. I mean, I guess I do need to practice Nunu. I could try Elise out. I have been wanting to practice Elise a little bit too. She almost never gets picked or banned, and she's pretty good. I'll probably try out Elise.
Doubt is the greatest enemy.
Who was my Elise rune? I think it was Zyra, what I was using. Very heavy penetration. The health seems weird. Is it Rumble? That might be better. The armor sounds better than flat health. Why don't I have... I thought I had an Elise page. Maybe not. I guess I might just go with the Rumble. Speed Cassidy. Thought I had an Elise page. I guess not. Try it at least.
Only the spider is safe in her web.
We just go Thunderboards. Pretty good. I don't want to do the takes extra damage when I'm in the jungle, but yeah, I think it looks pretty good. Let me just see really quick what people... what kind of runes they use on Elise. It's just all penetration. I don't think it's... I'm gonna have the right rune page. Who do I trust? I don't know a lot of these people. Amazing's alright, sure. Oh, he actually likes attack speed, huh? Magic damage, attack speed. Do a lot of people do attack speed? Sure, whatever. Attack speed. Magic damage. Okay. Attack speed, magic damage, armor. Sure, whatever. We'll do that. If coin's so good, I saw some high-low master... No, you're not gonna... Guys, you might see some master or challenger players get it, but you have to understand that those games are very, very different from most games of League of Legends. Because they're faster paced, games end a lot sooner, and they really need that power spike in lane a lot of the time. So you're not going to see pro players get coin, probably. You might, but it's unlikely. The same is true of master and challenger level players. At lower levels, like lower diamond and lower, people don't close out games as fast. There's a lot more kills. And so you're going to end up with a lot more gold. And coin is good in that environment. And people don't leverage early game advantages as much, so it doesn't matter if you play with something more aggressive like Eye of the Watchers. It's not going to be as coordinated for all-in attacks, and it's just not. It's a different type of game.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
I mean, this is why, like, just think about it. Like, this is why Master Yi just completely destroys. Like, a good Master Yi can have, like, you know, an 80% win rate in Bronze and Silver, but you almost never see them in Challenger or in Pro Play because it's a different style of game, because they could prey on people that are out of position.
There's nothing to fear.
Minions have spawned.
We must all make sacrifices.
So that's the difference. You can't you can't just assume that when you see the pros doing something that it's going to be the same thing. I mean, it's just like you think about like basketball or something like that. Like, a lot of pro players can dunk, whereas normal people can't dunk that well a lot of the time. And so there are different strategies based on that, and based on things they can do. So if you're teaching, you know, like, if you're coaching like a high school basketball team or something, you can't really like base your strategy on what pros are doing, because your high school team is not going to shoot threes at as high of a percentage. They're not going to be able to dunk. They're not going to be able to do a lot of things, whereas certain strategies might work. Oh, God. Holy crap. Are you serious? How did that reset? Whereas something like a full court press might work a lot better in lower levels of play, because players won't know how to counter it as well. He's almost certainly going to get my red. That would be a lot I can do about that. The Gromp reset. I mean, I'm sure that's pretty true of anything that's like professional, right? Like, it's just a different versus amateur. It's just a different style of stuff. I smited it because I don't know where Nunu is. Like, Nunu could have come over there and tried to make a play on me. I don't really need that smite for other stuff that I was doing. Well, it depends on where in Plat. I mean, the current place where I am in Plat, I'm pretty sure it's like the top 3%. Platinum 5 might be the top 10%, I'm not sure. Now, I don't play a lot of Elise also, so you have to remember that I'm not going to be a fantastic Elise player. I'm just practicing her. I assume he took my red. I mean, let's see. Maybe he didn't. No, he didn't. Okay. I really don't want to do Krugs without it, or these guys without a smite. Raptors hurt so badly. I don't know about these attack speed runes. I guess, I don't know.
An enemy has been slain.
Wow, what is... Nunu doesn't have Scuttle? He's not killing Scuttle? That's bizarre. Oh god. Didn't see that. He's moving at a weird angle. No, Elise is really just for jungle. She used to be like maybe sort of kind of a support, but I don't think so. I wouldn't recommend her as support right now. I don't think AP supports in general are that strong right now, and she's a very, very obscure AP support. Her mana costs are just too high. Just doesn't have a lot of synergy with good support items. She's a very good jungler. I'm not very good on her, remember, but in general, she's a good jungler. I'm just practicing her because I need, like, an aggressive early jungler in my repertoire. I'm gonna ward it so Nunu doesn't take it, but... Alright, well, if Ari's down there chilling... Okay. No, this is not ranked. This is normal. I was trying to do a normal game where I was going to play Sejuani or Braum. To try something out that's a little different. I'll try it again one more queue after this one. But I'm just practicing Elise. I think my Ivern's like okay. I need to practice Nunu also, but I think a lot of that is just macro stuff. I have to actually practice clears and like figuring stuff out as Elise, figuring out all ends. Like, Nunu and Ivern's all-ins are easy. It's just, like, don't ever do it. Like, don't ever fight the opposing jungler, but... They're basically full health. I know, I was kind of late to the party down there. Elise can be a really good, like, early game jungler as well. If you go fight him, I'm just not really like chancing that. I don't know. I need to go get wards over in well, that we couldn't contest that though. They got 3 people there and everyone's dead. Nunu's very good at, like, you're not stealing a dragon from Nunu.
An enemy has been slain.
Damn, that was a lot of damage. I didn't realize he had any kills. I was trying to warp back into spider form, but the cooldown is like 6 seconds or something, 4 seconds. I should have just left it alone. She was gonna kill him.
I know what lurks in the shadows.
I need to get wards down. Yeah, I could have smited the scuttle. That's a good call. I didn't think about that.
An ally has been slain. Enemy killing spree. Partake of my poison.
Hmm. Wow. Did you guys see how that worked? That was so stupid. So I was running and my spiders attacked, so I lost my mobies.
An ally has been slain.
So I was trying to run and the mini spiders attacked the person chasing me and it knocked off my mobies. That's pretty dang troll. Yeah, I'm not doing very well by doing at least things this game. I haven't really had a lot of early game pressure or ganks. Oh, I should have completed my thing. I haven't dropped a single ward in their jungle either. Like, I just haven't had the pressure to do it. It's like every time I finish clearing, I either go to a fight or I die. Like, this Nunu's probably crushing me in the ward game right now. I really need to get vision up.
I can show them the way to divinity.
Damn it, and I'm dead. Yeah. God, my head started itching. I shouldn't have done it. This is a lesson I need to learn over and over again. When they're pushed in, they didn't come for me immediately, which led me to believe that it wasn't warded, but they rotated over there. I was like, okay, they're not coming, sure. I just assumed Nunu was at my blue. So I was like, okay, sure, we could do this. But bottom lane was pushed all the way back, and they just waited until I got the blue, basically, and then came up there. So they were just very, very patient. So I was gonna run if they started moving immediately, but they didn't, so... I can't do it with Sona sitting there. Yeah, I need to get bottom side because Nunu could be there. He is actually there. He's setting up for Dragon right now. Got him, Chief. I just want to scare him off of that.
My true beauty is beneath the skin.
Damn it. That bush. It was just a Scion. I thought that was something that was... I thought it was a champion that was actually going to do something. I should have just run. I thought that was Ari or Jinx. Oh, I do need to complete my jungle item. I forgot that I need to do that on Elise. Oh, Elise can do a lot late. I mean, a 2-second stun? Pretty big deal later on. And, like, if you stun somebody, she just blows them up. She does a ton of damage later in the game also. She's just like any other, like, major assassin, except she has a long-range stun. So I think she's actually, I mean, she's not, like, the most devastating late-game jungler, but she's pretty good single-target burst. She's not just a stun bot, like, she does a lot of damage. When you get Void Staff and Leandries, like, it's one shot for most champions, especially squishies. So, like, if this Riven tries to come in and get cute later on and I hit her with that, with the web, she's gonna die. Oh god. Is this actually up? No. She's great with a pick comp, so if you have something like Ari, like if Ari ever hits a charm and I follow up with a web, they're dead. Or if I hit a web and she follows up with a charm, they're dead. So that's when she's best, is like if you have burst damage champions to go with her. Oh, Echo got that flank. That was bad. No, they're probably going to Baron off of that. How did he get behind? I guess he teleported behind us. No, he just ran up from behind us. I mean, Echo is just such a terror. Like, I really hate going against that champion.
We must all make sacrifices.
Yeah, they got it. She hit that charm. Somebody would have died. Nunu's pretty squishy. Yeah, they're just gonna get inhibited probably. There's no way Jinx can deal with all that. I hate that champion so much. I wasn't watching his shadow. I need to get better about watching that.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Show them the way to divinity. Every web, a masterpiece.
I'd have to see Urgot. I'm gonna have to see the numbers on him. My initial thought is they're not marketing him as a bot laner, they're marketing him as a top laner. So I assume his range is gonna be really small. I mean, a lot of what makes something viable bot lane is its range. Like, one of the biggest things that like keeps Sivir out of the bot lane, if you ever wondered why Sivir, you don't see Sivir a lot, one of the big things is her range is like 450. It's super, super low range, and you can get poked out very easily. I mean, Lucian has a problem, and he has 500 range. Like, Lucian has a big problem against, like, Kate or any other, like, long-range type of champion. I think it's, isn't it 1365? Yeah, it feels bad. I'm going for that big damage, though. There we go. Might go like Proto Belt after that or something. I need to finish my jungle item. It's a little late in the game for that. I should have probably finished it earlier. If we can get a charm on that Echo though, we can probably blow him up before he can do his little flashback. Yeah, I mean, I think his kit makes it seem like he should probably be a top laner. Oh, there goes that. A triple threat.
There's nothing to fear.
Yeah, of course the silence. Welcome to Soraka, man. Soraka doesn't have crowd control. Like, it's not good against divers like Riven or any other type of assassin. Oh, my phone died? Ah, it died. I have to plug it in. Can't do anything with Scion. I really have to play around Ahri. That's about the only person who can do anything right now. And they have all of this warded. Got him, coach. Oh. Damn.
Every web, a masterpiece.
Yeah, I'll probably go Proto Belt here.
Your inhibitor is respawning soon.
Quarterback seems pretty good here.
I know the true path. They need guidance.
They're gonna come kill me. Probably. I don't know. Seems really dicey.
There's nothing to fear.
Oh, okay. And I'm dead. Yep, dead. Well, it was worth a try. I was like, oh cool, nobody's here. Maybe I can get the scuttle and protect Baron for a couple of minutes. Nope. Not happening. I should have just warded it and run away, I guess. Or just give it to him. Because they're just so mobile, I can't get away from Riven if she shows up. I can't get away from Nunu if he shows up with a friend.
We must always
I gotta go all in on that because I would die. Oh damn it, I didn't mean to use my repel there. The obligatory Scion, ladies and gentlemen. Every time he's on my team. And I'm not saying this is all Scion's fault. It's just Scion just doesn't do anything. Like, he just walks around. The game is by no means all Scion's fault. It's just... it just is what it is. It's just almost always a deadweight character that you got to carry across the finish line, it seems. I know people love Scion on the channel. I am going to try to make a guide for him with support here pretty soon. But... alright, we'll try it one more time to get support. It's 80. Is it 5 hours? Yeah, we'll try one more and then I gotta head out. Come on. Okay, come on. You want over? What do you want? You want to hang out? Baby? What do you want? What do you want? Old set. Got the old Scion top, eh? I mean, I had a terrible game too. Like, I'm not saying that
is the greatest
I played great or anything. I'm just saying this is a long-running theme on the stream. I mean, somebody wins with Scion somewhere. I just never see it. Yeah, since it's kind of always a thing, this is why I only want to do normals on like a certain night with members or whatever, is like we'll go from, see, look, this was what, 242, so that's like right before the last game started pretty much. I'm gonna go with some Sedge support here and try it out.
Trust nothing but your
you know, we go from like about 170 viewers down to like 124, so we lose about a third of the viewers whenever I do normals. This is why I don't do viewer normals under most circumstances most of the time, is because it's pretty clear that most viewers want to see me just play solo queue ranked. But the members, you know, for people that are, you know, donate the $5 a month, then I think having one weekly day where I do that is worth it, even if I have a lower viewership. Because there is definitely a contingency of people that would want to see that stuff. It just, you know, drops a lot of the viewership down whenever I do it. It might be more interesting if I have viewers in the games, though. But, you know, in general, I would get stronger viewership even if I just play Janna every game if it was solo queue ranked, versus play a whole bunch of different, you know, fun stuff in like normal games. It's because of the nature that people want to see like higher level play in ranked. Which is, I mean, I get it, that's how it is. So it's not like I like playing, I mean, I don't mind playing Janna every game, I do like it, but, you know, trying to be competitive in ranked and rise as much as I can and just play a good solid ranked game is kind of the biggest draw of the channel, I think, for a lot of people. I'm going to do Stoneborn Pact, so I have the option of going Ardent Censer if I want to. Oh, I forgot I do have a Sejuani. Where did I even get that Sejuani skin from? I legit have no idea. Did someone donate that to me, or did I, like, unlock that with boxes? No idea. Oh, you just want to lay there, huh? Just trying to be a creeper? I think we had 170 or 180 tonight, which is a great turnout for a Sunday. Yeah, it is a normal at 4 a.m., but at the same time, you know, this, every time I've done this, I mean, I've talked about this from like October to now. Every time I go and do normals, it's always lower viewership. I don't know why honestly, I don't know why it's been giving me jungle a lot lately. Hey, Codex. I mean, I think just with any kind of anxiety, usually anxiety is, at least for me, like the way that I understand it, I've never been a very anxious person, but I think it's having a very myopic view of something. So it's just like only focusing on that, and you're like really stressed out because this one momentous like event seems really important to you. What are we against? It's gonna be a really tough lane. I really wanted to try out the coin build. I'm gonna try it out anyways, even though it might be a tough lane. Because I want the mana, I want the gold, and I want the talisman. Even though it's gonna be a bit tough earlier. This actually looks pretty sweet. But I think the cure to that is to just have a much broader perspective and view on things. Just understand that each ranked game is not gonna matter that much in the grand scheme of things. No one's going to really remember what happened in that game, and you're not going to remember it probably the vast majority of games. So just go in there, do the best you can, and just keep in mind that just as long as you're learning and trying to get better every game, eventually you're going to climb. It might take a long time, but depending on different factors, but just have a broader perspective, and I think that, in theory, could be a fix to a lot of anxiety. When people get really anxious for tests, or like public speaking, you just have to remember that it's not going to matter that much in the long run. Like, what I got on my calculus exam from high school does not matter now. Like, who cares? I ended up, actually, I got a D in calculus 2 in high school. I was almost a straight A student, for the most part. I had a pretty high GPA in high school. I just could not do calculus. Calculus 2. Calculus 1 I did alright in. I almost got an A in the class, and then I failed the final and got a B. But calculus 2, I just could not get it. And I studied a lot for it. I tried really hard. That's like the only class I think that I've ever taken. That and Spanish 5 in high school. That was also super hard. Mostly because of the teacher. But that class was the only class where I've genuinely spent like multiple hours every night doing homework, studying, trying to do well in it. And I just could not do it. It was just really, really hard. You know, everything else, for the most part, if I didn't get the grade that I wanted, it was because I was lazy. But that was a class where it was like, no, legit, I was trying really hard. So, anyways, I think that's just a big ticket for anxiety, is just realize that most stuff really in the long run doesn't matter. I mean, some philosophers or just people in general would say that pretty much everything in life, the vast majority, doesn't matter. Some people would say nothing matters. But I would say that I would look at the positive side of that. Just that you can make mistakes, things can go not the way you expect them to go. God. Man, I just want to play. But this is going to be just a waste of time.
You own what you
What do it's just going to be a waste of time. I'll try to do Sejuani again next game. But I think that's the thing, is just to remember that most stuff doesn't matter, and that's liberating. I find that liberating. That most stuff really doesn't matter. And that means that you can experiment, you can have fun, you can even fail. It's okay to fail. I mean, I think that's something that we don't tell people enough these days. You know, we have this age of entitlement, it feels like, where, you know, we feel like everyone, you know, has to get patted on the back and told, oh, it's okay, you're not, you know, you didn't fail, or whatever all the time, instead of telling people that it's okay to fail. It's okay to, like, not be good at things, or it's okay to try things and just not succeed a lot. And if you stick with it, then you can succeed later. Like, persevere. Like, through adversity. It's not going to be all rainbows and sunshine in ranked or just in life in general. Like, bad things are going to happen. You're not going to like it sometimes, but, you know, just have a broader perspective and just keep in mind that in the long run, most stuff really doesn't matter that much, and it's okay. It's okay to fail. It's okay to feel bad sometimes. It's okay to not have life go the way you want it sometimes. It's okay. I mean, that's just the motto that I think most people would benefit a lot from, especially if you have anxiety. Just breathe and just tell yourself, it's alright. Isn't that right, dear? What? You feel like people feel anxious? Oh god. You just tell yourself that sometimes when you're feeling nervous, that it's okay. Nothing really matters that much. Yeah. My wife gets a little anxious sometimes, and I have to calm her down. You broke out? How'd that happen? Huh? I thought you had this waddle on lock. Can we teach her to feel really entitled? Is that a good thing? Can we tell her it's okay to fail?
Doubt is the greatest
Got a game
enemy.
going here in a second. Queued up. Looks like you're leaking, dear. I mean, I can hear in a little bit, but I can't do it right now. Probably, yeah. Or you can drop her off in here if you want. Just bottle her. I don't think it takes that long. I can change her and... I mean, why can't you do both at the same time?
Trust nothing but your strength.
Just hold her at arm's length. Hey, thanks, Mike. I appreciate it. Well, I think there is a limit to that also, Tund. My favorite philosopher is probably Hegel. Also like Lao Tzu from the Tao Te Ching. I really like, if you've never read the Tao Te Ching, you should definitely read it. It's wonderful. I don't know if you count him as a philosopher or a religious figure, but I'm not even really sure if that distinction matters most of the time, but I think that that's a super cool book to read. Very, very wise sayings. I recommend the translation by Stephen Mitchell. Hey, thanks so much for the sub. I appreciate it. Stephen Molyneux, or Stefan Molyneux. He's interesting. I've watched some of his stuff. I agree with some of it, and I disagree with some other stuff. Interesting. He's a, probably describe him as a libertarian. I like a lot of libertarian. Well, I don't want to get too political, but I'll just say that I disagree with some. I agree with some of his stuff, and I disagree with some of it. As with most people, he has some interesting stuff to talk about. Hey, no problem, Codex. I mean, yeah, I think that's just the biggest thing in life that I said before, is just to try to have a broader perspective. Just think it's okay. Really doesn't matter that much most of the time. But you got to stay motivated. Keep going. That's like an existentialist sort of perspective. I think, like I said, I think that's liberating. There have been people that do not find that liberating. They think that, oh my gosh, you know, if stuff doesn't matter that much, then life really doesn't have any meaning, and you know, that can create some problems for people. But it's like things matter, but not to the extent it should bother you. Like the stuff that does matter shouldn't bother you.
I will not hide behind another shield.
Minions have spawned.
What is this? This is DJ Ash or something? What is that?
will rule the Freljord.
An interesting book that I thought was really cool when I was younger, and it still is a good book. Is The Stranger by Albert Camus. Looks like Albert Camus, a French writer from the 50s. He writes a lot about that. I mean, a big part of The Stranger is he feels like a stranger in his own life, because he just stopped caring about stuff. There's a lot of and I think to some extent he found that liberating. But I recommended that to this girl many years ago. That's an interesting story. Someone wanted me to say an interesting story earlier. I can tell you another old man story. I've told this before. This is related to how I met my wife. Call this girl now sort of the grandmother of my marriage, grandmother of my love. So I was working in a restaurant at the time. This is around 2008-7. I was working in a restaurant. I just graduated college, and my buddy was in from out of town, and I was really tired when I got off work, but I was like, you know what? He's not in town that much, so he's not in town that much, so I need to go to this thing. He was going to a house party where these people like brew their own beer, and I don't usually like beer that much. I prefer wine. But I was like, whatever, I'll go to this just to hang out with my buddy. I went, and you know, just like most parties that you go to, there were some cute girls there, and this one girl I started talking to, and I was like, okay, she seems really cool. I don't remember what we were talking about, like music, literature. I was like, okay, she seems really cool. And then she asked me like which grade I was in, or like what year I was, or something like that. I think it was actually when I was a senior. It was my senior year. And then I told her I was a senior, and then I was like, well, what year are you? And she's like, oh, I'm a junior. I was like, okay, cool. And then she was like, in high school. And I was like, what? So I was like, all right, well, that's not gonna that's not gonna work out. I mean, this was like 3 o'clock in the morning on a Wednesday or something. I was like, why are you out at a college party at 3 o'clock in the morning on a Wednesday? But anyways, so yeah, it didn't ever date her, but she was really cool, so I still talked to her some. She wanted me to read her poetry and talk to her, and I gave her a book suggestion to read Albert Camus' The Stranger. I was like, you'll love this, it's great. And then I think she told me where she went to school or something. I just like left it in the office and just let her, like, I dropped her off a copy from the nearest bookstore and just left it in the office. It's just like a package that she could pick up after school or whatever. And then, like, years later, I ran into her at Swing Dance. I guess it wasn't that much later, honestly. Probably like 3 or maybe 4 years later, I ran into her again when I was a swing dance instructor. And I don't even know what I want to go. I guess let's go with this. She told me that book like messed her up for a while there. She's like really depressed after reading that book, and I never really found it that depressing, but I kind of was just like, oh yeah, I guess if you look at it in a certain light, maybe that's not the most chipper of books. So I'm always a little more careful with my recommendations. So I was just thinking, I loved it when I was, you know, a teenager. But I wasn't a very anxious person, and I guess she kind of was, and so whatever. So I'm a little more careful with my book recommendations, but yeah, so the way that related to my wife, like I was saying, is this girl, So I didn't date her, obviously. She's way too young. And, but her, like, friend's sister was older. And I ended up reading her sister's poetry online, too, for her. And she had lived in Indiana, but then she moved back to Tennessee. And so I ended up going out with her friend's older sister for a little bit, who I think was, like, 20. I think I was 23 or 4. So that was a little bit less of an age gap. She was at least like a sophomore in college, which is fine. But anyways, and so that didn't work out, but she got me into swing dancing, and then that's how I got into the swing dancing. That's how I became a swing dance instructor, and that's where I met my wife, was at swing dance, when my wife went out with a singles group to a swing dance thing. So anyways, interesting story, I think. So the moral of the story is, if your friends want you to go out and do stuff, and you're not really sure, you should probably just do it most of the time. That was advice that I would give you if you're a young person. If your friends are doing stuff, if it's not too crazy, you know, within reason, just go do it. If you're on the fence, I don't know if I should do it or not, I might just want to stay home and chill, just go do it. Just go hang out with your friends. You never know what's going to happen. It'll be fun, and that'll probably be much more memorable than hanging out and, like, not hanging out with your friends. So, and you never know when those friendships, you know, someone might move away, circumstances might change, you know, people might have families and just never hang out that much anymore. So, you know, if you can hang out with your friends, I'd highly recommend doing it. Because if I hadn't gone out with my friend who was from out of town, and I was tired after work, I had a long night at work, I think I didn't make a lot of money that night, if I'm remembering that correctly. Tough. I was really tired. It was like 12:30 at night or like 1 in the morning or something. I had to work the next day. And I was like, you know what? He's not in town very much. I'm going to go to this thing. Then I met cool people there. And that started a chain reaction of events that led to me meeting my wife. So if I'd never gone that night, I never would have met my wife, most likely.
I will not tolerate weakness.
Alright, so Sedge support, speaking of League of Legends, it's okay so far. The laning phase is not that bad. They aren't pressuring us that hard. I feel like I can't really all-in them right now, but that's not what she's all about. I think she's all about kind of the mid-game. Once you start getting that ultimate, you can start roaming. Speaking of which, I might actually try to make a roam here. Now, Bard is around this area. Oh, they have Scuttle too, that kind of sucks. I guess I'll just go get a Sightstone. Yeah, he's around here.
Enemy killing spree.
Interesting, interesting.
Bristle seems hungry today.
An ally has been slain.
I really need like Moby boots so I can start running around, but I need wards also. Sorry, I can't see the comments. I'll have to, my phone died. I'll have to queue them up again here in a second.
Living in fear is not living at all.
Allow. Oops. Oh Jesus, she is huge. She's 3 levels higher than me, and she has like 1,000,000 kills. Can we kill her? I don't know. The Bard's top. I like it. I like it. Some pretty good crowd control. Alright, let's go ahead and grab,
Fight or make room for those who will.
Alright, let me log back in here.
I will rule the family.
Pretty good crowd control. What? I was facing the wrong way. That's troll. Oops. Alright. Sure, I guess. Feel like maybe I should be taking maxing E? I don't really know. Actually, I'm gonna go put some boards down. What do I get for this? First hit damage, second hit damage, cooldown. So that's kind of your spam ability. Not that one. This stun duration. So bigger stun. Does it give more damage? A little bit more damage. Huh. Guess I'll keep maxing that. I think that's pretty standard. Probably gonna go Zeke's next.
No spoils for the meek.
Can you arrow her? I shouldn't have arrow. Okay, fair enough.
Fight or make room for those who will.
Double kill.
I kind of like it. I kind of like it. I want to try this out some more. The really low cooldown ult, very high impact, lots of stun. You can move around. You can displace people. So you can knock people back, like a Lee Sin coming in. I think with a Q, you could knock them back with your W. It's kind of like a flay. So I think that has a lot of potential applications to it. Really low cooldown ult would be great with Zeke's.
Pain is nothing. Trample them. Deeds.
Can you arrow her? Alright, whatever. Okay, it's pretty decent wave clear too. Pretty cheap.
Fight or make room for those who will. Bristle seems hungry today.
I should have eaten him once the thing got full. I didn't stun him fast enough. Need to refill my wards.
I will rule the Freljord.
Bard coming up.
The cold does not forgive.
Nice, there we go. Yeah, I like it. I kind of like her. I kind of like her so far. Gotta say, I was doubtful, but...
I was born for conquest.
This is a pretty sweet looking skin, too. I think I got this out of a box. Maybe I got it as one of the... I think maybe I got it as for part of that last event, when you get the random skin or whatever.
No spoils for
Need to go buy. Okay, I definitely want 4 wards for sure. I think I'm gonna start getting Zeke's.
deeds, not words.
You chose the wrong side.
Pain is nothing.
Pretty good at diving with that frozen armor, too.
I will not tolerate weakness.
Ah, she's gonna get it. That's annoying.
Your turret has been destroyed.
I will not hide behind another shield.
They're probably gonna ward this.
No spoils.
Be
for
careful,
her.
because if she wards and then throws her laser at me, I don't think I'm gonna die because I get the huge magic resist bonus off of that shield.
The cold does not forgive.
Can I do this? Probably not. It's gonna be a 5v3. Hey, thanks for subbing, I appreciate it. Need at least one more person.
I will rule the Freljord.
I could have just thrown the R at him, probably, but...
Push them back.
Deeds, not words.
Hey, thanks so much for the sub. I appreciate it.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Keep forgetting you have to actually target with this.
Has destroyed the turret.
Yeah, she's too big. We can't fight her.
We fight while cowards talk.
Don't have anything, dude. Don't have anything, dude.
You own what you take.
What might not have been mentioned?
Living in fear is not living at all.
Tell you now. Oh, before the vision domination? I mean, you'll see it all in there, probably. I mean, the biggest thing is just more control wards. A lot of control wards. I mean, you need to try to be placing like 10, 11 control wards a game. A lot of control wards. You need to use control wards actively to deny vision. I think this is the biggest mistake that lower ranked supports will do. Is they'll just place a control ward somewhere, and they'll just leave it there until it's destroyed. And I think that's a mistake most of the time. You want to actively use it to deny vision. He's gone. You want to be shutting out their vision. So that's the key thing. If you see a ward anywhere and you have a control ward, just kill it. Just no wards. They get no vision ever. Because it gives you 30 back, so it only costs 75 to get a control ward. And if you kill a ward with it, then you're going to get 30 back. So it's really only 45 to shut them out, which is such a cheap price. You know, 35 gold. All you have to do, if you do that 10 times and it just gets you one more kill, then it already pays for itself. Not including map pressure, just in terms of raw gold. You'd be paying 350 gold to do that 10 times, and you would get 450 off of a kill plus an assist. I'm currently Plat 2. I've been as high as Platinum 1 this season, and I was Diamond 5 last season. Yeah, I mean, I would say watch my first, like, 3 videos on the channel. I can show you after this. I think you already referenced them. I'm not going to follow that. Watch the support overview video, watch the vision domination video, and watch the pick ban dodge video. I think those are the most important ones. Hold on a second. What?
Deeds.
Yeah, it'll be over probably within 10 minutes. I can take her in here for a while. After that, it's going to be the end of the stream. Okay. What are we doing? Why are we doing Baron? No, 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 no. Get off that, guys. What? Guys, get out. Oh, Jesus Christ. Seems really dumb. Yeah, don't try to like solo Baron when their team is sitting right there watching you. That's a good place to start also. I
will not hide behind another shield.
think I'm probably just gonna do Knight's Vow here. Yeah, I would say just watch the mini-map, place really good vision, place a lot of vision, a lot of control wards, a lot of normal wards. Say if you're first getting started out, play champions that are relatively simple mechanically to play, so that you can really focus up on the macro game. I thought I already got that, I guess not. So like Sona, Janna, playing a decent Janna is relatively simple. I think that's good. If you want to play a tank, Nautilus can be pretty good. Actually, I'm liking Sejuani quite a bit, actually. Jesus, these stuns though. Oh, Katarina just suicided in there and didn't even ult, I guess. Or her ult reset and she died. Yeah, so like I wouldn't recommend coming in trying to play Thresh or Bard or something like that. It's just too hard. You need to focus up on the map and just understanding macro. I don't have a Discord you can PM me. Just message me on YouTube if you want, or Google. I mean, I would say just watch the videos. If you want to get a coaching session, like if you play a couple of games and you want like a more in-depth analyses of like ways that you can improve, then you know, I'll offer that for $20 if you'd like. But yeah, if you just ask me questions, watch the videos and just ask questions, I think that will probably be a pretty good start.
Fight or make room for those who will. We fight while cowards talk.
We don't have enough people. Cat's top. Cat's really important for us. Well, there's two top, two top. Damn, they all rotated and she didn't. I guess Bio had teleport. She doesn't really have a good way to stop it, but... Oh, was my cat on my back? I didn't see it. Yeah, I mean, keep in mind, you don't have to watch the entire video, too. Like, if you don't want to watch the whole hour, there's a Google Doc. Like, just look in the description. You can see, like, kind of the different chapters, if you want to think of it like that, so you can jump around to find the different sections that most interest you, or you can also click on the Google Doc. And that will give you sort of a TLDR of the different chapters in the video. So, you know, don't feel like you have to watch. I know I listed all 3 videos there. I mean, you don't have to watch all, whatever, 3 hours of stuff if you don't want to in one sitting, right? You can just watch however much you want. You can come back to it later if you want. Watch 10 minutes today. You know, watch 10 minutes a day for a week or something like that if you're working on it. Or maybe you look at the timestamps and you're like, you know, I already know, like, half of this. I just want to watch another part or something. What? Damn it, I went too far. I was trying to get the freeze on her. Disgusting. She went Bork. I mean, she has a good score right now, but I feel like we're just not going to have enough damage with these Bork users.
Bristle seems hungry today.
Yeah, that Baron throw was really what put him in this game. I do kind of like the Sedge support, though. I really shouldn't have died this much. That last time was just stupid. I shouldn't have chased that far, and I don't. The previous time was probably also pretty dumb. I can't remember. But I think for a lot of the game, it feels pretty clean. It's got a nice engage to it. You're innately pretty tanky. You've got quite a lot of crowd control. I'm not even using her E properly the vast majority of the time. We don't have Ashe, so we don't want to do this. Let me make sure this... Well, it's obviously not warded if they ulted it to try, and this pink should shut him out. Yeah, we can catch him in here. We gotta watch out for that Lux laser, though. Or we can just get these guys, I guess. I don't...
Fight or make room for those who will.
Man, that does a lot of damage to Baron, too. Holy crap. That shatter.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Damn, I thought I froze her. I guess it wouldn't have mattered, though. Okay, so we did get kills, so we got a kill out of it. Baron for inhibitor is not amazing. An amazing trade, it's okay. But if we get their inhibitor out of it, it's obviously good. We've got the Fiora. The Fiora is a key player for them. I need to be swinging my W a lot more in fights, too. I mean, this is the first time I've played Sedge, so, like, in any role for years. I mean, I may have played her, like, once, like, many moons ago. What? What just killed me? Did she have a W sitting there for like 20 years or something? Is that what killed me, was a W? An Ignite? Oh, it was Ignite that killed me? Huh. I don't know. I didn't even see what was killing me. Overall, yeah, that feels pretty good. I like that. I'll have to try that out more. Ooh, a box. What? I'm almost done. Okay, so that's pretty solid. Yeah, I'll have to try her out some more. I might actually like her as tank, because she's got a long-range engage. It's pretty simple to hit. That's area of effect. It's pretty high percentage damage. Lots of different crowd control. Pretty good mobility. Yeah, I'll go ahead and open it up. We'll let people can see like what's up with it. I might actually like Sejuani. I'll have to see. Come on, loot. Okay. Yay. A Janna shard, baby. Oh no, disenchant. What? No. How do I... I feel like the boxes should give you skins, skin shards, but I don't know. And then you should just buy the champion shards. But, you know, you can't really complain about free stuff. You get a chance for free things, and free things are free things. Hey, thanks, Jason. I appreciate it. Okay, let me see. Oh, it was Ignite. Okay. I just wasn't paying attention, I guess. That's funny. I didn't notice that was Trist's name. Oh, non-compete clauses? Yeah, my wife was having to deal with that in some of her past jobs. It's pretty aggravating. I'm not a huge fan of Poppy support, but to be fair, I haven't played it that much. I played it once or twice, like, maybe 6 months ago. I just think that Poppy overall is pretty underpowered right now. She just, in all roles, I mean, she doesn't have a lot of CC. She is tanky, but she doesn't have a lot of crowd control, and it's difficult to, I don't know, she can just get beat up in lane pretty easily. Why don't I ever play Lux? I just feel like there's better choices most of the time. I mean, Lux is fun, but I don't think AP supports her in a great spot right now. She doesn't have a ton of peel. She's got like her Q, and that's it. I mean, she's all right. Okay. Well, that's going to be it for tonight's stream. Thank you very much for tuning in. I hope you enjoyed it. Unlock the Victor's emblem. I guess I should. Yeah, I have been playing the game for 7 years. I have no alts. I have everything. So I just can't spend my IP. But anyways, that's going to be it. Thank you very much. I'll be back tomorrow around 9 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I hope you enjoyed it. And I'll see you next time. Have a great night.